Sergeants, can you please start your recordings?
According to the computer started.
Cloud is rolling.
Backup is rolling.
Good morning and welcome to today's remote New York City Council hearing for the Committee on Sanitation and Solid Waste Management. At this time, we ask that council members and council staff please turn on their video for verification purposes. To minimize disruptions, please place cell phones and electronic devices to silent or vibrate. If you have testimony you wish to submit for the record, you may do so via email at testimony@council.nyc.gov. Once again, that is testimony@council.nyc.gov. We thank you for your cooperation. Chair, we are ready to begin.
Great, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Councilmember Nurse, Chair of the Sanitation Committee. Thank you for joining our first hearing of the Sanitation Committee for 2022 on clean streets and expanding vital sanitation services. First, I would like to acknowledge my colleagues here. We have Councilmember Kristen Richardson-Jordan, Councilmember Chio Say, Councilmember Marjorie Velasquez. Thank you for being here. And I'm going to turn it over to Acting Committee Counsel Jessica Steinberg-Albin to go over some procedural items.
Thank you, Chair. I am Jessica Steinberg-Albin, Acting Counsel to the Sanitation and Solid Waste Management Committee of the New York City Council. Before we begin, I want to remind everyone that you will be on mute until you are called on to testify, when you will be unmuted by the host. I will be calling on panelists to testify. Please listen for your name to be called. I will be periodically announcing who the next panelist will be. The first panelist to give testimony will be Edward Grayson, Commissioner of the Department of Sanitation. I will call you when it is your turn to speak. For the question and answer period only, we will also be joined by Deputy Commissioner Bridget Anderson, Deputy Commissioner Gregory Anderson, and Chief of Cleaning Operations, Stephen Harbin, all from the Department of Sanitation. During the hearing, if council members would like to ask a question of the administration or a specific panelist, please use the Zoom raise hand function, and I will call on you in order. We will be limiting council member questions to 5 minutes, which includes the time it takes to answer your questions. I will now pass it to Chair Nurse to give an opening statement. Chair.
Thank you, Jessica. And I would like to, that's it here for today. Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you for being here this morning. Greetings and thank you to committee members, advocates, the Department of Sanitation, and Commissioner Edward Grayson for joining us today. Welcome to the first hearing of the Committee on Sanitation and Solid Waste for 2022. We'll be discussing clean streets and the need to restore and expand vital sanitation services. I want to start by specifically thanking the New York City Department of Sanitation and especially our frontline sanitation workers for all their hard work over the last 2 years. Keeping our city clean is an incredibly difficult job to wake up and do every single day. And it's a job you all have been doing despite the pandemic, despite the changing climate, and throughout the daily challenges you encounter. So our city thanks you very much. DSNY has tried to do the best they can to provide vital sanitation services despite the ongoing cuts to the agency's budget. But those cuts have unfortunately had a devastating impact on the cleanliness, safety, and quality of life in our communities. And our city is currently facing an unprecedented sanitation crisis. According to 311 data, we have seen the number of complaints for miscollections and dirty conditions generally increase over the past few years. Neighborhoods across Brooklyn, Queens, Manhattan, and the Bronx have seen an increasing number of rat sightings and complaints, including the neighborhoods I represent in the 37th. Whether it's litter baskets on the street corners overflowing with trash, street drains stuffed thick with litter, derelict cars, the infamous mountains of black trash bags on our sidewalks, illegal dumping, or the growing rat problem, it's clear that the quality of life for New Yorkers navigating our streets has dropped drastically. And the solution is very simple. We must acknowledge that the recovery of our city requires significant investments in ensuring clean streets at the same quality for every single block in this city. The short-term goal of addressing the litter and rat problem must be coupled with investment, innovation, and aggressive action on meeting New York City's zero waste and environmental justice goals. In 2015, New York City adopted a goal, zero waste to landfills by 2030, and we are very much behind on meeting this very critical benchmark. New York City must focus on advancing sustainable waste management strategies and tackling climate change through increased recycling, universal organics collection, real accountability, and waste equity. Without these key elements, the city will only continue to pay for growing waste export costs in exchange for short-term savings. We will only continue to leave disadvantaged communities behind. An example is organics. Organics collections is on the chopping block again, sadly, and there are real challenges to making this work. But just because it's hard doesn't mean it's not worth doing. When the city implemented mandatory recycling 3 decades ago, it seemed like an insurmountable challenge. Yet now it's largely a part of New Yorkers' day-to-day. And one day, universal curbside organics collection will also be part of our day-to-day. And I'm very much looking forward to it. Today, we will hear testimony from city residents, advocates, workers, and the Department of Sanitation on the extraordinary need for protecting and expanding vital sanitation services. We hope the testimonies here today will support the Adams administration in understanding that equitably clean streets and immediate action to put New York City back on track to zero waste goals cannot be negotiated and must be fully funded. I want to thank my team, Anel Hernandez, Mohammed Khan, and Brian Hickey for their hard work on pulling this hearing together. I would also like to thank Jessica Albin, John Seltzer, and Ricky Chawla for supporting me as chair. And thank you to all the New Yorkers who are here giving testimony. So I'm going to be short on my questions, but I'm going to turn it back over to our moderator to lay out a few things.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I just want to recognize some more council members who have joined us. We have been joined by Council Member Farias, Council Member Williams, and Council Member Brooks Powers. Now we will call on Commissioner Grayson of the Department of Sanitation to testify. Before we begin, I will administer the oath. Commissioner Grayson, Deputy Commissioner Bridget Anderson, Deputy Commissioner Gregory Anderson, and Chief of Cleaning Operations Stephen Harbin. I will call on each of you individually for a response. Please raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before these committees, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Commissioner Grayson.
I do.
Deputy Commissioner Bridget Anderson.
I do.
Deputy Commissioner Gregory Anderson.
I do.
Chief of Cleaning Operations Stephen Harbin.
I do.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Grayson, you may begin when ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Nurse and members of the City Council Committee on Sanitation and Solid Waste Management. I'm Edward Grayson, Commissioner of the New York City Department of Sanitation, and I'm joined by Bridget Anderson, Deputy Commissioner of Recycling and Sustainability, Gregory Anderson, Deputy Commissioner for Policy and External Affairs, and Stephen Harbin, Chief of Cleaning Operations. And we thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I want to welcome you all to the committee, including both new and returning members. The department and this committee, as well as the entire council, have a long-standing tradition of collaboration, dialogue, and advancement. And I look forward to continuing that tradition with each of you. We share the same commitment to our city to improve the quality of life and support the thriving neighborhoods across the 5 boroughs, and to building sustainable waste management systems. I look forward to working with you to advance these goals. Our department's mission is to keep New York City healthy, safe, and clean. I've been a member of this department for 23 years now, and my parents were as well for decades before me. I'm proud to continue our department's more than 140-year legacy of service to New Yorkers. There is no doubt that the COVID-19 pandemic has created substantial challenges for all of us. Budget cuts and restorations, behavior change, and operational challenges have all reinforced the importance not only of investing in sanitation services, but also in working with individuals, community leaders, elected officials, and others to keep our city clean. The topic of this hearing is a broad one, and my testimony today will highlight a few areas where we face both the greatest challenges and opportunities in our efforts to deliver on this critical mission. Afterwards, my team and I will be happy to answer the questions. Over the department's history, our services have been funded nearly entirely by city tax levy funds. This means that our budget is often closely tied to the cyclical periods of expansion and contraction in the overall city budget. However, we sit at the tail end of decisions made by manufacturers, corporate executives, retailers, marketers, and individual consumers who determine how much and what kind of waste we must manage. The governor's proposal for extended producer responsibility for packaging and paper products would create transformational change in this relationship, requiring upstream manufacturers and retailers to take some financial responsibility for the end of life of these products. This policy would require these manufacturers to pay for the operation of curbside recycling programs statewide, including here in New York City. In short, this program could bring as much as $100 million or more to New York City each year, which could free up funds for investment in recycling outreach and education, new waste diversion programs, and other vital sanitation services. DSNY strongly supports this resolution sponsored by Speaker Adams being considered today, and I encourage you to work with your colleagues at the state legislature to advance this important proposal. All 8.8 million New Yorkers, as well as the millions of visitors and commuters, have a role to play in keeping our city clean. Litter and trash do not just magically appear on city streets. Each piece, bag, or pile has a person associated with it. Someone who had tossed it on the ground, dumped it on the corner, or threw it out a car window. I ask all New Yorkers to do the right thing. Don't litter. Use our corner litter baskets properly, clean up after your pet, move your car for the alternate side parking, sweep the sidewalk in front of your home or business, and if you see a litter condition that needs DSNY's attention, please let us know by calling 311. Our core street cleaning services include mechanical street sweeping and litter basket collection. DSNY has more than 23,000 litter baskets citywide, which are intended for use by pedestrians, including residents, commuters, and tourists, to dispose of items that they make as they make their way around the city. Litter baskets are primarily placed in commercial districts and near transit hubs, areas with higher concentration of pedestrian traffic. Prior to the pandemic, DSNY was funded to run 736 litter basket trucks each week. In July 2020, that number was reduced to 272 trucks per week. Today, DSNY is funded to run 588 litter basket trucks each week. That is a 116% increase from the service levels at the depths of the pandemic budget cut. A portion of this funding, comprised of $8.6 million and 136 weekly litter basket trucks in total, was funded as a one-time initiative for FY22 in the adopted budget. We will continue to work with the Mayor's Office and City Council to advocate for the renewal of these supplemental basket trucks, and we will continue to have discussions with the administration and OMB regarding baseline funding levels for critical litter basket collection service. The second core component of our cleaning program is the mechanical sweeping. For nearly 70 years, the city has used mechanical brooms operated by sanitation workers to clean our streets, including along the curb line. Alternate side parking, ASP, is a crucial tool in ensuring these brooms are effective, allowing access to the curb during the scheduled sweeping window in residential and commercial areas alike. Mechanical brooms sweep up litter, leaves, and other small debris in and along the curb lines, but they only work if drivers move their cars for the posted street cleaning and other parking regulations. Since 2020, ASP frequency has been reduced to just one time per week in residential areas that previously had more frequent sweeping. While initially implemented as part of the city's social distancing programs, this change was extended through the budget cuts last year. The reduction in sweeping frequency has not only reduced the number of opportunities to clean along the curb line, but it also reduced the rate of compliance on the days when sweeping regulations remain in effect. For some drivers, the risk of a $65 ticket once a week is simply the cost of free parking on the city street. We are working with the administration to evaluate the frequency of ASP regulations and determine the future of this program going forward. In the meantime, we urge you to talk to your constituents and help them understand the importance of moving the vehicle on ASP days. The department has also created the Precision Cleaning Initiative with teams to conduct targeted cleanups of litter, illegal dumping, and overflowing litter baskets. These conditions are eyesores that affect New Yorkers' quality of life and threaten New York City's recovery. Teams are dispatched based on DSNY field observations, 311 complaints, and referral from other city agencies and community stakeholders. This initiative celebrates its 1-year anniversary next week. And to date, the PCI crews have collected nearly 17,000 eyesore conditions and emptied 46,500 additional litter baskets citywide. In the past year, the department has greatly expanded our community cleanup program, working with volunteers and community partners across the 5 boroughs. Department lends tools, trash bags, brooms, and dustpans to volunteers and can now deliver these tools directly to the volunteers with our community cleanup van. The department has partnered with an estimated 7,200 New Yorkers on 278 volunteer cleanups during fiscal year 2021. That's nearly triple the number before COVID crisis in FY19. In the first 8 months of FY22, we have partnered on 146 cleanups, with many more to come as we head into spring. This is another area where we'd love to partner with each one of you to help keep us, all our communities in New York City, clean. On our zero waste programs. In 2015, the city established a goal of sending zero waste to landfills, building off the department's robust curbside recycling program and several other diversion programs. In the last 8 years, DSNY has built the foundation of programs, policies, and critical technical support and community engagement approaches to move toward that goal. However, the COVID-19 pandemic had disrupted our steady progress, and we are working to restore and expand programs to get back on track towards this goal. Organic waste, including food scraps and yard waste, is the most significant contributor of waste-related greenhouse gas emissions, and is also the largest fraction of the New York City's waste stream, 1/3 in total. Over the last decade, DSNY has grown to be a national leader in providing drop-off opportunities to host compost food scraps. We have expanded the program to 210 sites citywide, the largest in the program's history, including at least one in every community board. In FY22, DSNY's budget includes an additional $3.5 million in funds to support the expansion of community compost and food scrap drop-off sites to our current levels. And we look forward to further discussions with OMB and the mayor's office regarding the program going forward. Last October, DSNY restarted curbside composting, which had been suspended in 2020 due to the fiscal crisis. This iteration of the program allows buildings and residents to sign up and express interest in receiving weekly curbside composting service. Enrollment opened in August, and we have received more than 61,000 unique signups to date, representing more than 43,000 addresses. We currently offer service to residents in 7 community districts. We are working with OMB and the mayor's office to evaluate this program with a goal of increasing both equity and efficiency. And we are not planning to expand additional districts at this time. The department has also expanded non-curbside services to promote reuse and recycling of other products, including Donate NYC, Refashion NYC, and eCycle NYC. Since 2014, these programs have diverted more than 400,000 tons of waste or refuse for reuse or recycling. Today, free on-call apartment building pickups are provided to more than 922,000 households for electronics recycling and more than 200,000 households and hundreds of commercial and industrial facilities for textile reuse. And these programs continue to grow. DSNY also works to reduce the improper and dangerous disposal of hazardous products, including electronics, household chemicals, and rechargeable batteries. In 2015, New York state law banned the disposal of unwanted electronics in landfill, instead requiring electronic manufacturers and retailers to establish protocols and programs to collect these products for proper recycling. While this law has its flaws, it has been successful at diverting thousands of tons of electronics from landfill. DSNY operates the free eCycle New York City program for electronics recycling in apartment buildings with 10 or more units and accepts electronics for recycling at our safe disposal event and special waste sites in each borough. We currently offer curbside electronics collection in Staten Island, but this program is not funded in future fiscal years. State law also requires certain retailers take back rechargeable batteries for recycling. Unlike more common alkaline batteries, rechargeable batteries, including lithium-ion batteries, are dangerous products that can cause fires and pose a threat to employees of both DSNY and our recycling vendors. Last year, an improperly disposed rechargeable battery started a large fire in a paper recycling barge at our 59th Street MTS. Thanks to the quick action by DSNY and FDNY members, the facility suffered no major damage, and thankfully there were only minor injuries involved. These events are increasingly common at facilities in New York City and around the country, and it is imperative that residents properly recycle these products. In state law, which overrode the previous city law, does not allow for local enforcement by DSNY. It also excludes the growing number of rechargeable batteries in e-mobility devices, including electric bikes, mopeds, and scooters. DSNY is working with the fire department and our counterparts across the state to raise awareness about the potential danger of these products, and we are hopeful that the state legislation will amend the current law to cover these products. On our changing streetscapes, the department is exploring new models for waste set out and collection, including approaches that will move waste set out from the sidewalk and into the roadway. This program called Clean Curbs seeks to test this new approach, which can contain waste, reduce rodents, improve quality of life, and increase mobility in a variety of contexts across the city. We are currently in the solicitation process to select an MWBE vendor to test the Clean Curbs model for residential waste on a small scale, potentially the first in a series of pilots that will inform our future planning. In December, we unveiled a pilot network of smart bins, unstaffed and automated food scrap drop-off bins controlled with a smartphone or RFID card. These hold promise of an expanded network of drop-off sites available to residents and visitors that'll be there 24/7. We're also working to implement new rules effective next month that require new large residential buildings to submit waste management plans at the beginning of the planning process so that they can account for the impacts of the waste management in the building design and its operation. DSNY is also a close partner with the Department of Transportation and other agencies seeking to transform our streetscapes to make them safer, healthier, and more vibrant public spaces. This winter, we were testing an expanded fleet of 30 mini plows to clear snow from bike lanes and other public space infrastructure. We are working to procure these units for ongoing use and are in discussions with OMB and the mayor's office regarding staffing needs to provide cleaning and snow clearing services in the longer term. As the city continues to change its streetscapes, we will work with our partners to adapt our services to maintain these new spaces. In conclusion, our work on these important topics is far from done. We continue to expand and hone our programs, invest in new technologies and infrastructure, and work to improve the effectiveness, equity, and sustainability of our operations. The department is currently planning for an updated waste characterization study required by city law to be released in early 2024. This study will tell us what's in our waste stream, what we're currently capturing in our recycling and diversion programs, and how the COVID-19 pandemic has fundamentally changed our waste stream. This study will inform the planning for our updated comprehensive solid waste management plan required by state law to be completed in 2026. This study and plan will lay the groundwork for the future of our services, policy, and programs, and we look forward to working with the council to plan for this future. I want to again welcome the new members to this council and this committee and congratulate you on the role you will play in this vital work. On behalf of our 9,700 employees, I want to thank the City Council for your support in our efforts to clean our streets, sidewalks, and public spaces. Our frontline workers are the true heroes in this effort, working day after day in all manner of conditions, doing the tireless work of picking up litter, emptying corner baskets, and collecting our trash, recycling, and organics. For 140 years, our employees have worked to make New York City neighborhoods cleaner and improve the quality of life for residents and visitors. We thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and we are now happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I will now turn it over to questions from Chair Nurse. For these questions, we will additionally be joined by Deputy Commissioner Bridget Anderson, Deputy Commissioner Gregory Anderson, and Chief of Cleaning Operations, Stephen Harbin. Panelists, please stay unmuted if possible during this question and answer period. Thank you. Chair Nurse, please begin.
Thank you. And I also just want to recognize Councilmember Gail Brewer has joined us today. Thank you for being here. So I'm going to keep my first round questions short. I know council members have busy schedules, so I want to let them get their questions in, and then I'll go on the second round for a longer time. So my first question is regarding clean streets overall. According to the New York City Open Data Portal, 311 complaints regarding dirty conditions, missed collections, and rat sightings/complaints steadily increased from the beginning of 2020 to the beginning of 2022. Overall, these complaints increased from a citywide total of over 96,000 in 2020 to over 147,000 in 2021. So I have a couple questions. Which districts have the largest volume of 311 complaints, and what are the top 3 particular issues? And then the second part of that will be, what are the data points that you use to determine whether it is a clean street, whether a street has sanitation conditions or dirty conditions, and which districts need the most sanitation resources?
Chair, thank you for your question. And yes, using the 311 data is one of the many tools, and it's certainly a point for us where we use it as an intake valve to know how we're doing, what we're doing. And yes, clearly miscollection complaints have gone up. The top, let's say 3 or 4 districts across New York City that have the most overall 311 complaints that are on sanitation related codes. The top 2 of them are both in Staten Island Community Board 3, Staten Island Community Board 1, Queens District 12, and Queens District 7 are the top 4. Another district in Queens Community Board 5 rounds out the top 5 on overall sanitation related conditions. Some of the drivers for miscollection, clearly as we look, was some of our, it depends, it's cyclical on when people call, why people would call. And one of the things, the reason why we use 311 data all the time, we're taking it in, we're trying to answer those complaints, get to the root causes, but it also goes to show much to, I think that people may not realize that the number of complaints that come in is again, part of the tool in our toolbox to evaluate data and services, because clearly if people don't call, doesn't mean it's clean. It just means that somebody didn't make a complaint. And likewise, there are many places that perhaps they are more familiar with when we have a delay in collection service where they wouldn't call to register a collection complaint, or people who would say, oh, my refuse has been missed. Clearly, throughout some of the pandemic, we watched as 311 complaints on missed collection rose as our availability was out. At some points in time, even as recent as prior to this thankful decrease in the overall staffing availability due to the Omicron variant, we had up to, we had over 20% of the workforce out. When we have that kind of outage, we just do not have the bandwidth, and we would miss on collection schedules. Therefore, if we didn't pick up your refuse or recycling by midnight on the scheduled day, that would enable you to make a complaint. And clearly, some of the drivers were because of our availability during the Omicron variant. In particularly with miscollection. There are other reasons we can have a miscollection on any given day because of the operator, our crew knows that it's a recycling set out on possibly the wrong day, or they think it's a recycling set out on the refuse day, or vice versa. So sometimes locally, there's a commodity differential between the servicing crew and what the resident thought they put out. And with regard to other 311 complaints and how we would differentiate, the intake valve at 311 is one of the drivers on whether or not something's codified as a dirty condition or a sanitation condition or a litter condition or a request for enforcement. And sometimes that's because of the way the person who's making the request for service or the SR is calling it in. Whereas there's a lot of, in many cases, sometimes it's a request for enforcement, actually, where they're asking us to go send somebody to evaluate the litter in front of a curb line, because all property owners are required to do the 18 inches in front of the curb line, agnostic of the amount of sweeping or cleaning that we provide. And in other cases, it's really to go in and evaluate there's a dump out or an illegal condition, or somebody literally put improper disposal. They put a large amount of material out on the wrong day, failure to store. So there's an entire suite and catalog of sanitation issues and complaints that all New Yorkers have the availability to go to 311 and make those complaints on. And our main driver is one of the things that we're focused on, hyper-focused on, is to go there. We have to get eyes on what the complaint is to make sure that when we come back with the resolution, we bring the right tool, we bring the right resource, because we certainly don't want to dispatch a refuse truck for what is clearly something we can reclaim as recyclable. And a lot of the things too, one of the biggest complaints that we have, if you want to call it a complaint, is, or it's a request for service for a large bulk item. So there are many times in certain areas, people will be putting out, they're calling in 311 to say, we're putting out a bulk item and we want to make sure that we're getting that picked up. So that also depends on if sometimes it's education for the resident and for the complainant. Are they aware that what they're saying is a bulk item may not be refuse? It may be, we may have to go back in and recodify it because they're calling the bulk item actually a CFC removal item, such as a refrigerator or a large unit that needs another special handling, or is their bulky item a large TV? They called it in as a bulky item, but it's actually a television. Now we have to tell them how we're going to properly dispose of that television. So sometimes it's educational, but definitely that is not to say that our 311 metrics aren't up. And when they go up, agnostic of the reason, that is not a good thing. There's a direct correlation to having more 311s and definitely issues that we have to address in the street. So my answer to your question is not to infer that 311 is not a useful tool. It's a very useful tool, but there are a lot of ingredients in what we use that data for.
Yeah, absolutely. So just that's the 311 data, but internally, what are your data points for assessing, okay, this is a community board, and these are this is the criteria in which we evaluate and whether determining how many resources need to go, or this is a high need district versus a district that has a substantial amount of resources. So when it comes to just allocating staff and where you're putting attention, what internally are your data points? Do you have a scorecard? What is on the scorecard? How does that function?
So we work in conjunction with not only the 311 data, but also the Mayor's Office Operations Scorecard program. We're using that as a tool. That is a very valuable program where their independent evaluators are giving us streetscape scores per community board at a section level. So DSNY, in addition to be, we are directly tied, our commands are directly tied to the 59 community boards by nomenclature. And while we run contiguous with that, inside of each community board, we have cleaning sections that are assigned also. So we have a subset of cleaning sections inside those respective community boards. We get a rating from the scorecard office twice a month on all of those. But more importantly, internally, we are on every block. So that's the beauty of us. We have field officers and we have sanitation workers giving us real-time feedback on where the litter is, what they're seeing as far as drop-offs and concerns. So we have the 23,000 litter baskets that we host that gets the systemic scheduled pickups that are dedicated pickups on right now that currently 588 funded basket trucks. In addition to that service and picking up litter along their routes, there is also the litter baskets inside every respective community board also get tipped by every refuse collection schedule. So every refuse truck, in addition to whatever the funded basket truck is, will also be picking up the litter baskets as they pass them along the routes. And we're using the feedback from the mechanical broom operators. Our field officers are our first line and our best line of situational awareness, because in addition to for them telling us where they have need and where we're seeing additional drop-offs, we have district monitoring logs. We're codifying. If we don't have a resource working in that area right then and there, we're making an internal report of that and then getting a resource to that area that needs impact right away. We do a lot of staffing diversions to get areas. In addition to that, we're using the PCI resources that we've been able to, that we got with last year's budget, and they've been very, very effective. What it let us do was sequester a specific amount of bodies. As our manpower is dynamic and we work throughout all the community boards, we can now be more nimble and have a dedicated staff to go out. It's 54 crews a week that can go out and address things. It's 6 days a week of service where we can run 9 additional cleaning functions, and they rotate around in the areas of the highest need. What are some of the areas where we have the highest need? A lot of times we are diverting a lot of those resources to where we have high concentrations of what would be homeless encampments and or drop off and litter conditions, where we're trying to get ahead, work sometimes in tandem with the planned interaction on homeless encampments or homeless interactions to try to clean up the litter that's around that. But more importantly, not just wait there all day, clean up the rest of the litter and do additional litter basket services, or work in conjunction with the backlog of conditions that need to be addressed. So we're taking situational awareness, community complaints. We're watching social media and Twitter. Our intake process, because we have so many, know where the touch points are. We're doing everything we can to monitor that and then trying to allocate the resources in real time. So we have our dedicated cleaning, allocations for mechanical brooms per day where the posted signage is and litter baskets. We also have our PCI resources, which are a little bit more rotating. They're not fixed, they're fungible, but we love that program. And we also do basically overtime diversions if we have to. So for everything that we don't leave it out. If I don't have a resource and it's a complete eyesore and we have to get something there, it's a critical eyesore, we're going to book and possibly an overtime truck to go pick up that condition.
Thank you. So what I'm understanding is it's a combination of 311 data, anecdotal, social media, it's driven by demand, people expressing demand to you all. At some point, would you all be able to share the data points with the committee on your scorecard or the unit you said that does the scorecard?
Absolutely.
That would be really helpful. Thank you. Okay, I just have a next round of just a few more questions and then I'll open it up to other council members who are on. And this is really about the sanitation budget cut. So at a time where New Yorkers are grappling with the growing sanitation issues, the mayor's preliminary budget has $47.8 million as proposed cuts on top of budget cuts from previous years. My understanding is this includes 304 cuts to 305 uniformed and 188 civilian positions for a total of 493 staff rise. Will the staff cuts be terminations of currently employed staff, cuts through attrition, cuts to current vacancies? Do these additional cuts require uniformed sanitation workers to spend more time on longer shifts and working overtime hours? And then I'll come back for the second part of that question.
Thank you, Chair. So the answer to the totality of that 490 headcount is nobody is getting laid off. It is attrition and unfunded vacancies. So in that, our civilian vacancies that we had, they are not, so we will not be replacing. I mean, there's still going to be some vacancies that we do replace, but a large portion of that, those are just current vacancies. So nobody's lost their head, their head count on, nobody's lost their job. It's just, we don't have the authority to now backfill those positions. And on the uniform side, that number is a combination of reallocation of existing staff from a role that they currently have that will be blended into attrition into FY23, and by not expand the 161 of those heads is because there is no planned expansion. Those were the heads that were previously thought earmarked for potentially expanding organics. So if there's no organics, so those people haven't been hired yet, the 161 heads are they are a vacancy that is no longer there if we don't run that program, because we're not going to hire up for that. And the other 137 uniform heads are people who are being reassigned to new duties, and then we will not backfill them, thus driving down the overall headcount.
Okay, thank you. And then just specifically, do any of these potential planned vacancies that were planned but aren't going to be filled, do any of those at all pack commercial waste zone implementation?
No.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to the moderator, Jessica, to open it up to other council members. Thank you, Commissioner Grayson.
Excuse me. Thank you, Chair. I will now call on council members in the order they have used the Zoom raise hand function. If you would like to ask a question and have not yet used the Zoom raise hand function, please raise it now. Council members, please keep your questions to 5 minutes. The Sergeant at Arms will keep a timer, and I will let you know when your time is up. You should begin once I have called on you, and the Sergeant has announced that you may begin before delivering your testimony. First, we will hear from Council Member Brewer, followed by Council Member Velasquez, followed by Council Member Williams. Council Member Brewer, you may begin when the Sergeant calls time. Sorry.
Time starts now.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to say, Commissioner, the wonderful staff, including Mr. Harden, came to the West Side and toured a really disgustingly dirty 72nd Street and cleaned it up that night. So what a great group, and thank you. That's in Sanitation 7 in Manhattan. So I want to thank you very much. I think I wrote a note to express my appreciation. So I have like quick questions. Number one, I know I came a little late, so I just want you to reiterate this organics. I'm in an organics area, most beautiful little brown bin. It got stolen, it got replaced, emails. It feels like government is at its best in terms of communication, in terms of your composting organics program. So I'm hoping that there's obviously millions of emails, people are concerned. So I hope it gets restored. And I'm just wondering, I know you have to be careful in how you say this because I've been around for a while, but what would be the advantage in your professional opinion to having it citywide? Because I think we save money, and that's number one. Number two, in terms of litter baskets, we're all concerned about rats. I don't think anybody cares about the garbage. They do care about rats, and they go together. So is it a fact, and I don't know the answer, that if we have better litter baskets and not the mesh ones, that does help with the rat problem? Because that does seem to me that's an issue. What kind of baskets would be the best? I also want to say educating businesses. I don't know what kind of staff you have to do that, but it makes a big difference. You clean up, and then if the business isn't educated, then they don't know. I have to say, even though you think they know 18 inches, blah, 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 they don't. And then I just want to also understand you talked a little bit about how to improve clean curbs, etc. And is that also to include, and I know this is a good idea, these are people telling me this, that there's a large bin in the street, I'm making this up in terms of, that then others put their garbage into, so it's not scattered across the entire length of the street. I don't know, but I'm just looking for ideas that are more creative, and I think you're coming up with some. Finally, I hate these dark stores. I'm all over the press on it. They store their e-bikes in the building, in the store. And I must admit, if I lived above, I would worry about battery issues. I know you talked about that. There have been fires, and I'm just a little bit more information on the batteries, of which I know nothing. And then just finally, the wonderful work you do when you do your recycling at Union Square or wherever. If we could do more of those, I don't know if it's possible, it would seem to me that more people would get rid of, in a healthy, environmentally correct way, all of their electronics. I do worry that people don't wait and they put them out incorrectly into the landfill, which is what we don't want. So those are just some of my questions, and you have a great staff.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I appreciate it. I appreciate your leadership. It was a pleasure working with you in your former role as well. And we certainly know your dedication and commitment to the constituents and making sure that sanitation is doing all we can in the community. So thank you. You went through a large group of things. I'm going to try to hit a couple of them, and then I'm going to let my colleagues answer a couple more because they are even better at it than I am. First and foremost, my opinion on organics and what do I think? I've been pretty vocal about this myself, and as a department, we definitely believe that solving the organics waste solution and getting it diverted from landfill is the only way New York City is going to get to a zero waste goal. And we definitely support everything possible to make that be a reality, make that be a full-fledged reality. I think that one of the things about the current iteration of the sign-up program that we have now that was interesting was that going back to the community boards that had the program, the 44 community boards that had access to the program prior to the pandemic, and then doing what we could to solicit wholeheartedly everybody who was already in. This was, we went and said to everybody, if you are in, you already have the brown bin, you had that muscle memory, you already commit, you know how to make the right choice, please sign up. It was interesting seeing where the signups were, and then more importantly, interested seeing what the overall amount of tonnage diverted inside the signups. So do I think that does this department and me personally, do I think that we need a mandatory organics recycling law? Absolutely. Because what the sign-up program has actually shown us is that even the people who intended and signed up to do the right thing and said, we will gladly participate all the time, they didn't. The tonnage didn't show that. So even everybody said, I want in, and then we didn't, it was very hard to, even right now, looking granularly at what we look at with the data, it shows that even people who said we will always do the right thing, didn't always take advantage of that opportunity, even though it was presented. But do I think it's mandatory? Absolutely. It makes up more than a third of our waste stream. When we do the next waste characterization study, I am positive that it's going to be even more than that. With the rat question and litter baskets, we have begun, we we are always looking at the next round of what litter baskets can be. We would certainly agree that anything, any container that provides less accessibility to vermin or anything would be better. So we have our Better Bin program that has been recirculated around. We are always looking to have the right way. We do agree that litter baskets are the cornerstone of having opportunity, and more importantly, ones that are less accessible to the rodent population could certainly suppress food source. So we support that and continue to work towards that. On the Clean Curbs program, we are at the beginning stages of it, but we definitely think it'll work in all the places that it will work. And we're actually very, very excited about the opportunity to see where the bins can go, what are going to be the tactical deployment strategies, what is going to be the service level, what is the true volumetrics, meaning what does the bin hold everything that we think it's going to hold, because we certainly don't want to put a large vessel and then have capacity issues. But all of that is getting it out there, seeing what we learn, learning how we'll collect it, and then really getting to work with this committee on what's the best process, because we don't think moving ahead that it's going to be certainly not a one stroke of a brush for the entire city. We think it's going to be very niche and very, very tailored, because each community, as we know, it's the beauty of this city, is completely has a different makeup, has a different vibe, has a different flavor, has different parking and just usage. So we want to know what that is, and we want to work together, because we have Clean Curbs is going to have a lot of it's broad stroke. It's got commercial implications, it's got bid implications, it's got partner organization implications, and more importantly, at some point, it also has residential implications. We know what that looks like, because they're all going to be treated differently. They have to be, with different levels of interest, different levels of involvement, and different levels in stewardship partners. So we're excited about that. For dark stores, look, we completely understand that our job is to be there as one of the responding agencies to anything that is a blight and what your constituents feel to be a quality of life impact. So we're going to continue to work on that. And for batteries and recycling and some of the cool stuff that we've done with that, because they're very valuable and I want to touch on them, I'm going to actually ask Deputy Commissioner Bridget Anderson to weigh in on where we are with batteries and just the recycling efforts of that, and what we're trying to do in continuing to make New Yorkers safer in that waste stream.
We love Bridget.
So do we.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for that question, Council Member. We have a long-standing program to take batteries at our special waste sites, at our safe disposal events, and we do a lot, as much as we can, to cross-promote the Call to Recycle program, which is a mail-back program for rechargeable batteries, and that is required by state law. As mentioned in the testimony, there was a city law that then was superseded by a state law. We are most actively working at the state level to incorporate e-mobility batteries into that law, because they are currently exempted. And so, on a very local operational level, when FDNY has a fire condition or a smoldering condition caused by a battery, our environmental police unit comes in and helps to manage that material. And we have a reputable, globally recognized environmental services company who will help us properly dispose of that material. But it's a learning curve for us as well. So it's a state legislation piece that we're really pushing on, as well as operationally trying to find the most efficient way to work with FDNY and Sanitation Environmental Police to properly manage that material.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just want to recognize Councilmember Botcher, who has joined us as well, and a kind reminder on the time. And I'll take it back over to our moderator.
Thank you. I will now call on Councilmember Velasquez, who will be followed by Councilmember Williams. Councilmember Velasquez.
Time starts now.
Hi, good morning, and thank you, Chair Nurse, for holding today's hearing. It's very vital for my community, especially as we have our situations with trash and sanitation. So thank you. Also, thank you, Commissioner Grayson, for today and coming before us, because it means a lot to my community. As you understand, I made it a point in my district to visit my garages in the first few days in office, and I was surprised to learn the conditions of these garages that are literally falling apart.
And it's just incredible the amount of work that DSNY workers are able to do and under these dangerous conditions. And I just want to know, how are we going to improve the state of these critical facilities here in the Bronx?
Councilwoman, thank you so much for your care, for the question. And I couldn't agree with you more. Our facilities definitely need help. We are continuing to, we have requests in and we're working on the overall budget. And in all honesty, there are planned repairs for the Zariga complex where we host 3 different garages. There are planned repairs to do the Bronx 3, which literally, the Bronx 3A garage literally had the roof collapse. That was why we're no longer operating out of there because a lot of our buildings are older. And a lot of them have fallen into a level of disrepair and they have a planned construction life cycle. So we're trying to work with that. We have definitely made those requests known. We appreciate your support when we're looking for swing space and other things, because that one of the biggest challenges is that we don't need much, and that's not to say that we want a healthy, safe, and incredible environment for these men and women who come in every day on the front line. They need something that is a really viable work location, but we are utilitarian in nature. We are not looking for anything that's super fancy. We just want it to be safe, warm and dry, and give us a place to offer a safe environment and operate that way. And we look forward to partnering with you. We know we have challenges. We have identified those challenges, and we continue to work with the administration on the long term. How do we make our facilities better and get them to where they need to be? Because these men and women definitely deserve it, and we're doing everything we can to get them there.
I appreciate it. And please let us know on how we can collaborate and make sure that this sees its way, especially this year. It's been decades from my understanding, and we can't have our workers living and working in those conditions. So thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. We will now call on Council Member Williams, followed by Majority Whip Brooks Powers. Council Member Williams.
Time starts now.
Hello, thank you to Chair Nurse for your passion in addressing sanitation issues in our city, and of course, Commissioner, for all of your hard work and for your team's hard work in being responsive to my office as well. I just want to follow up on a question from our chair earlier about the 311 calls. I know you mentioned that Staten Island overall is leading the 311 calls, but I know that Community Board 12, which covers my district and Speaker Adams' district, is leading the city in calls around illegal dumping. And considering that we know that illegal dumping is an issue primarily in communities of color, we grapple with dumping and derelict cars. And so what is the prevention and enforcement plan on illegal dumping? And then again, also wanted to thank you for doing a tag and tow operation in one part of the district.
Well, first off, yeah, we appreciate your thanks, and we're going to continue to having those operations. They are critical to removing the illegal vehicles. When we can, sometimes it's the temporal issue, how many hours between we can legally take the car. So having those joint ventures with NYPD to kind of streamline the process is definitely very impactful for every community board. Illegal dumping is definitely a major concern, and in all honesty, between anecdotal reports, official reports, and how many we've had to clean up, because not everybody calls it in, and sometimes they're happened upon because some illegal dumpers are creative in where they illegally dump it into some of the less traveled streets or thoroughfares. But what we have now is we have a team of people who do undercover work. We have partnered, and we are still working towards the procurement, the final procurement, with council members on additional enforcement cameras. This is going to be a big help for us. We know that we have locations that we are bringing to your council district and we look to, right now it's finalizing the procurement. One of the things with that is people say, oh, just put up a camera. It has to be a pretty high resolution camera because if we need to be able to adequately and completely legally describe the vehicle, including the plate number, including all the facets, and we have to catch the dumping occur. So it can't be blurry or ambiguous in any of what's happening. Mind you, that doesn't mean that when it is blurry and ambiguous, we don't do follow-up visits with our enforcement division. Our excellent sanitation police officers will go and let people know, even if we can't if we don't have the legal statute to make action happen, we now have a culprit. We now have a suspect to keep eyes on, and these are the kinds of things that we'll do. The cameras will be a big help. We are also working towards increasing the number of sanitation police officers that can be assigned to that. And that's really just reallocating. Sanitation police officers are existing sanitation workers who then take peace officer training. Throughout the pandemic, one of the things that was going on was it was definitely, we put our focus internally on having enough sanitation workers available to go respond to the dump outs as opposed to respond to the enforcement need. So now that we have kind of come through and we're on a recovery path, we've been able to reinstitute our police officer training classes, and we have a class in currently. So hoping to increase those ranks and get more and more eyes out there on illegal dumping. But I have to agree with you, it has definitely been an absolute challenge. And Chief Harbin's team, who does the cleanups, they have been really working very, very hard.
Thank you, Council Member. We will now call on Majority Whip Brooks Powers, followed by Council Member Osei. Majority Whip.
Time starts now.
Thank you and good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chair Nurse, for convening this important hearing. And thank you, Commissioner Grayson and your team for your testimony. Throughout my time as Councilwoman, my constituents have been dealing with several chronic sanitation issues, which Commissioner Grayson, you're very aware of. You visited the district a few times with us. Illegal dumping, street litter in high traffic areas, clogged catch basins, pests, missed trash collections, and inaccurate summonses. The 31st District is an environmental justice community, and we've suffered from decades of disinvestment in quality of life services, broadly speaking. Communities like ours deserve clean streets. And when trash builds up our curbs and in our natural spaces, that impacts our health, our property values, and our environment and sense of community. And as we simultaneously adapt to COVID-19 and the intensifying impact of climate change, we must manage our waste better. And while I commend our sanitation workers, who are truly our unsung heroes, for the work that they have and continue to do around the city, we need a robust sanitation department that can keep our streets and public spaces clean. We must explore new systems and practices that allow our sanitation workers to effectively respond to the problems we face in the 21st century. And so the few questions that I have for you are, how has the department's headcount changed throughout the pandemic? Do you believe staff shortages have contributed to issues many residents have reported? Does the Department of Sanitation plan to return its headcount to pre-COVID levels? What has the department's experience been with the city cleanup corps? Federal funding for the corps is unlikely to be permanent. Would it make sense to transition the corps into a more permanent team within the Department of Sanitation or another department? How does the department handle enforcement? Have warnings proven effective at deterring dumping in repeat locations? Would the department consider amending its enforcement policies to allow for more warnings before issuing tickets? And that question is particularly targeted for homeowners. The last question is, does the Department of Sanitation have the infrastructure to operate a citywide curbside composting program? And what obstacles does the department anticipate?
Thank you for your questions. Thank you for your leadership and your championing these causes. I have been out in your council district, and I do appreciate everything that you bring to the table. And I'm looking forward to continuing to work with you towards getting to some real solutions. Lot of topics we're going to go through. We'll do a little crossfire. I appreciate that, though. Headcount. So in essence, our headcount was higher, was higher when we were hosting for FY20 programmatically. The adopted headcount was a little bit higher than we are right now because we were also running more programs. So when we had the curbs. So our headcount is always derived on how many functions, fixed post functions we're going to run. So clearly, once we had the drop off, when we cut the organics program, we took a headcount reduction on that. Additionally, we took a headcount reduction for last year, a nominal amount of bodies, about 41 overall heads, when we reduced the number of sweeps that we were giving. So the ASP reduction came with about a reduction of the need for about 41 sanitation workers. All of those cuts and reductions were achieved through attrition. Nobody was laid off. So as people retired, we just didn't replace them. And then we were rolling into last year throughout. We were also in the citywide hiring freeze throughout the pandemic. So we had the opportunity, thankfully, to hire almost 900 brand new sanitation workers over the summer leading up into prior to this winter. So we were ready for winter season. So our headcount is not where it was pre-pandemic, but it's not that far off from where it has been. And in all honesty, the answer to your question, which I really think we're getting at, is, can I do more with more? Absolutely. Who can't do more with more? Sanitation is one of those areas of government where it's a direct service. So the less people I have overall, the less nimble we are for any of the pop-up needs, because you bring up a very good point, illegal dumping, and how do we respond to that, and quality of life concerns. Well, the weird thing about illegal dumping, the thing that we work together, this department and this council, and talking to the constituents about, is that illegal dumping is just that. It can't be planned for because it's not supposed to happen, right? So there's like illegal dumping prevention versus illegal dumping response versus how many people we would need. Cleanup Corps. Cleanup Corps is a great program. They have done so many extra, but wherever they're doing something, we know where they're working and we pick up the bags afterward. So do I feel the Cleanup Corps is very valuable? Yes. Do I think that there's a use for something like that? I think that the new administration is clearly looking at what the future of additional cleaning resources or quality of life resources could be, whether it stays in the Cleanup Corps iteration or another thing. That is a policy decision. But do we support anyone, including volunteers or paid employees, who are going to clean New York City streets and tell us where we can go pick up those bags for better quality of life? Absolutely. Warnings. Yes, warnings are, we're amenable to warnings. We really are. Because what we want is compliance. The big thing is compliance. The one thing to remind everybody is that the fines in New York City haven't grown exponentially, despite the fact that some of the litter and the complaints and the requests for violations have grown exponentially. So we get a lot of requests for enforcement, but we understand warnings. We certainly understand property owners just trying to make it through the day. We totally understand that 2 hours a day in the residential routing times that they are now susceptible to, let's say, a dirty sidewalk complaint. So we definitely look to have those conversations, but are we categorically against warnings? No, we're not.
Thank you so much for that. And again, look forward to continued partnership with the agency.
Thank you.
Thank you, Majority Whip. We will now call on Councilmember Osei, followed by Councilmember Richardson Jordan. Councilmember Osei.
I just wanted to recognize that Councilmembers Mealy and Menon have joined. And I'll kick it over to Chief. Thank you, Councilmember Osei.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chairwoman Nurse, for your everlasting fight to make our streets clean here in New York City. And it's always nice to see you, Commissioner Grayson. You're looking very sharp today. I do want to say, I'm so thankful for our sanitation workers, every single one of you, for the hard work that you do. You are one of the most hardworking, uniformed forces in the nation. So I do want to thank you for all the work that you do here in the city. I do want to talk about the Clean Curbs program. Definitely seems like a promising program to ensure that our streets remain clean. However, it is often communities of color, especially communities in my district in the 36, that are often neglected from these programs and are often the communities that need the most waste equity reform. Recontainerization will significantly decrease the rampant rodent problem that we are experiencing here in the 36th district. Recontainerizing trash in residential areas is as essential as recontainerization in commercial areas. Bed-Stuy in North Grand Heights would be a perfect community to include in the Clean Curbs pilot program. I did want to ask you, how is the Department of Sanitation ensuring that with the rollout of the Clean Curbs programs, that it's centering communities of color? Also, how is the agency working to ensure and evaluate that this program is implemented in an equitable way?
Councilwoman, thank you so much for the question. And we really do see a lot of promise in this program. One of the things that I'm going to let my Deputy Commissioner for Policy, who's been at the spearheading in this entire campaign, his team is building the RFP and doing this engagement, particularly in the residential areas, and where we're going to look to in that procurement and implementation. But one of the things that I just want to put there for framing before I hand it over is, one of the key cornerstones that we have to really understand is mechanically how this is going to work, right? We want to make sure that when we put these containers, whatever the vessel is, so we still are figuring out what's the vessel, what's going to be the collection service, what's going to be the frequency, that when we do it, we're doing it correctly, and that we're not putting an undue burden in an already burdened area. Right. So what we want to make sure is we're gonna try to evaluate it, and we want to be open and transparent as we're evaluating what the final destinations for these bins in and what our approach is going to be. So we value the input and everyone who, from yourself and all the other members of the committee and elsewhere, to say, look, I think it'd be a great place here. And then we would like to then follow up with you with further conversations about the local level landscape, things that may we have to factor in, including utility partnerships, underground. Like, we don't even know yet. So sometimes a bin is the answer. Sometimes it's going to be a different construct. So that's just some top line stuff, but I definitely want to give you some answers and granularity to your question. So Deputy Commissioner Greg Anderson, please weigh in on where we are currently in procurement and what's the thought process?
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Councilmember, for the question. The Clean Curbs, as Commissioner Grayson mentioned, we think shows a lot of promise. It's something that obviously the demand for in the public, amongst elected officials, amongst other community stakeholders, has really increased over the last few years. And we're excited to be able to test it in the real world, hopefully in the coming months. We have a small amount of funding this current fiscal year to do a pilot. We're advancing the solicitation on that pilot right now, and I just want to be clear that the pilot that we're doing is very controlled, very small scale, probably one block, and we're looking to work with existing community partners for maintenance, for outreach. But going forward, we absolutely need to test this in as many different types of communities as possible, different types of housing stock, different styles of streets and street designs, different kinds of containers. And so we absolutely want to do that equitably. We want to do this in every borough. We want to try it everywhere. And as the Commissioner mentioned earlier in response to the Chair's question, there is not going to be a one-size-fits-all solution here. So in some places, something might work. In other places, something else might work. In some other places, this might not work at all. We need to be realistic about that. We need to keep an open mind. We look forward to working with you and all the members of this committee to make this as successful as possible going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Now we will hear from Council Member Richardson Jordan, followed by Council Member Farias. Council Member Richardson Jordan.
Time starts now.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Chair Nurse, for making this space. Thank you all for being here. My question, it somewhat goes off of a question that Councilwoman Brewer asked, but there's a strong concern in my district around the cans because we have a lot of the old wire baskets. And we've been able, I want to thank your office because I was able to negotiate with DSNY and get us some of the new wrap protected cans. So we were able to get 32 new cans, but there's still more needed. And I was wondering if there's any larger evaluation on which cans are at this point simply obsolete. And any effort to take a large scale look at just getting rid of the old cans, replacing them in the neighborhoods where there's just a large amount of the old wire baskets.
It's a great question, and yes, so we are always literally looking at where. So there's a couple of facets to that, but top line, absolutely. And our goal is to continue to upgrade the baskets along the way, and it's a procurement issue. We also had a pause. So and it's not to use the pandemic for everything, but we literally did the core developer at our core procurement place to do baskets was literally a company that was then used throughout the entire year of the pandemic to make hand sanitizer and other. They pivoted their entire operation into something that was really. So we wound up getting a less of an advancement on our orders in real time. So that's why we're kind of getting out to the communities a little late in the game, because we had supply line issues. And that's not to, like everybody else, we had supply issues. But we certainly love what we call internally here, the silver bullet can. It's got the little top on it, and it's got the thing. And for us, there are definitely having those cans out there. We know how much the community enjoys them. We want to put more of them out there. We do the best we can, trying to manage what is a trickle in stock to try to upgrade them. One of the things with basket maintenance and basket management, this is the thing where when we finally, that's why we have this Better Bin program. And it sounds weird, but people do care. And as you can see from your constituency, people want to know what type of basket it is. So we're evaluating that on how easy it is for us to service it. What is the aesthetic look of it? And does it actually meet the goal? If the goal is to actually prevent food source for rodents and give people a more aesthetic feel, and more importantly, for some reason have an ergonomic design that not only encourages our operators to love the basket as they tip it, but encourage people to use it as you walk by. So it's very weird to think of a litter basket being something that could be artistic and also influencing, but as we all know, it really is. So two things I want to talk to you about, and just in closing on that answer is, yes, we're evaluating it. Yes, we want to have more and more enclosed baskets out there. It is definitely in the pipeline. We do have existing stock of the green wire baskets that we will put out only because they are of value, and we paid for them. So they're here, they're in the pipeline. The city owns them. They do serve the function, but we do know that unfortunately, when you're looking at garbage, it doesn't look pleasant. And clearly that's one of the things that people, it's one of those optics. If you see it, you don't want to see it. It's better to not see it. So again, we're getting there. It's part of our plan, and we definitely want to continue to work with this council to talk about that. We'll be very transparent with what the Better Bin findings were, and we're also going to talk about what would be clearly a funding need. And you could see that because a bin that doesn't have a door or latches or fancy logoing is going to be less expensive than one of the fancier bins. So the more we complicate the better bin, the more it'll cost. But we'll talk about that openly, honestly, and evaluate what those needs are. And I'm not saying it's about budget, but realistically, why are we going to continue to use the green baskets that we already currently own? Because we own them. And we're going to cyclically cycle in the ones that are better. I promise.
Thank you, Council Member. We will now hear from Council Member Farias, followed by Council Member Botcher. Council Member Farias, please.
Time starts now.
Good morning. Thank you, everyone, and Chair Nurse for the hearing this morning. Hello, Commissioner Grayson. It's really good to see you again. My district, along with a lot of others in this city, and what's already been mentioned by a lot of my colleagues, has similar issues around climate justice, quality of life, general welfare of the community, like trash, both local and NYCHA, pickup, rodent issues, and high ticketing from DOT for alternate side parking. And obviously needs a robust sanitation department engaged with the community that we're also grateful you folks do every single day. So primarily I wanted to first ask about garbage collection in our NYCHAs and what the city could be doing to better create systems with the department. And then I have some alternate side parking questions.
Well, thank you for the question. We have a long-standing relationship with NYCHA, and most of the NYCHA services that we provide are they have most of their complexes, most of them are containerized refuse, which requires then the residents of each respective campus building to bring their garbage out or use the chute if the chute's available, but bring the material either down to the curb or use if the chute is open and accessible, use the chute, and then the maintenance teams, they have to get then that refuse or recycling to where the pickup area is designated on the campus that we would interact with. So we agree with you that, and they too, in fairness, they had a lot of challenges with staffing availability, staffing outages. And I think that for a while there, between our ability to come every day and their ability to have maintenance staff actually have to now promulgate that chain of custody from how it gets to the respective campus building or set out location outside the campus building to the ultimate set out collection point for our service. I think that there's clearly, that became a challenge, and there's no doubt. And I don't think if you ask them about it, they wouldn't say it, and we're willing to say it as well. But to that end, we are committed to helping them champion recycling efforts. We have an amazing outreach team. I'm going to let my Deputy Commissioner for Recycling and Sustainability weigh in with what we do there on a routine basis. But we're there in the collection frequency. We're providing on-call pickups to many of the locations. And clearly what is needed is totally a holistic look at how many people are there, what's the refuse set out, what are the challenges, and we look to continue to work with you, continue to work with all council members who are hosting the NYCC developments. If you're having challenges, we'll be at that table to talk about what the comprehensive plan is. But it's definitely the right thing to be there, interacting and trying to give as much access and accessibility to recycling initiatives, including organics, to NYCC, and that's definitely part of our long-term goal. So Bridget Anderson, you could weigh in on some of the other things that we do with NYCC and some of the outreach that we typically do to get them into more of in line with what our overall curbside program is.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. Thank you, Commissioner. One of the things that we have found over the years is we work simultaneously with the NYCC sustainability group and with their operations group to make sure that we're living on planet Earth with what the operational realities are of the sites, but also looking at where NYCC is going in terms of their planning and their vision. One of the most effective things we have done over the last several years is doing what we call a recycling reset, where we physically go and train the building staff on the ground. And part of the challenge there is that there's turnover in staff. So it's kind of a constant maintenance issue. So we go back, we establish that initial relationship. We literally go and say, this is how you bundle cardboard. This is how you break and bundle cardboard so that it is more clearly separate and piled and easier for us to collect, or to fill up your cardboard container more efficiently so that things aren't piled up. So it is a development by development approach, but we find that it actually creates those relationships, and people then know they can call us. So we give our number, we give our email, they can call us and we can troubleshoot and check in. Managing white goods, old refrigerators or toilets or stoves, figuring what's the better way to manage those things. NYCC does try to engage with the private sector around waste management. So we try to give them advice for how to do that more efficiently related to mattress recycling, et cetera. So it's really sort of a development by development approach. And we need to do more. But we do find it is effective when we develop those relationships.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And I'd love to follow up with how we could be doing a bit more on our end. And just quickly with the last 15 seconds that I have, I just wanted to ask a little bit around alternate side parking and how we've had a drop to 1 day during the pandemic, and also through having a rise of 301 complaints about litter and clogging of street drains. Just more of, do we think there needs to be a study around if 1 day a week is actually working and what communities they are working in, or how do we roll back into more 2 day a week throughout the city if necessary?
Thank you for your question. We've clearly seen an impact of street cleanliness because of the reduction in mechanical brooms, but that's not on every single block face that hosted multiple day sweeps. So just to give everybody top line, 54 of 59 community boards in New York City host alternate side parking regulations. And it was almost 40 districts of the 54 that host that took a reduction because areas of the district, it's not widespread. Not every area of every single community board has multiple time sweeps. Some places only have one. And then they also host areas that were getting 2 or 3 because of density and litter. And in 32 of the almost 40 districts that had a reduction in ASP, where the areas of the district that had multiple time, either 2 or 3 times a week, we did see a scorecard reduction in overall cleanliness. So for us, we are continuing to work with the administration, and because alternate side parking is the best way for us to clean the streets. However, we do recognize that there were streets that did okay. And yes, we fully support doing a complete evaluation. We have to start somewhere. So in the end of the day, we have the signs up, we have a street cleaning program, and we're working towards what's going to be the future of that alternate side program. But we do think that it's more than fair that we should evaluate the entirety of the city to figure out where the current regulations are. Are they sufficient? Do they need to be more? Do they need to be less? And more importantly, is there new technology available to help us do that job even more efficiently or more transparent with the community members?
Thank you so much for your response, Commissioner.
Thank you, Council Member. We will now call on Council Member Bottcher, followed by Council Member Menon. Council Member Bottcher.
Time starts now.
Hello, Commissioner Grayson. How are you?
Good morning.
Thank you, Commissioner. I want to thank you and your team for being so responsive the last 9 weeks I've been in office. You've been doing a lot with limited resources you have, and I really want to thank you for that. Commissioner, regarding the district I represent, the Village, Chelsea and Hills Kitchen, in your opinion, would you describe these neighborhoods currently as acceptably clean?
Well, we can definitely do more work. Listen, I'm the sanitation commissioner, and almost nothing's acceptably clean to me. I can come out there and point litter out that people can't even see. However, I will tell you this much: we are keenly aware of what the nomenclature on the rating reports are for acceptably clean, and we also aware that not just in your district, that in many places citywide, that is definitely subjective and arguable versus a 2-time-a-month rating period from the Mayor's Office of Scorecards rating personnel, what we believe it can be, particularly at any given time, and more importantly, the temporal realities of, if I came down any one of your streets that we were able to get a broom down right after the broom came down, I would tell you that it was acceptably clean. You and I both know that later in the day or after a very robust weekend of activities, and we haven't seen a mechanical broom in over 36 hours, that could easily be argued to be the other way. So it's about the scheduled resources, the programmatic cleaning, and then the temporal realities of places with high density, high congestion, or more importantly, high foot traffic, and some other environmental factors. It's very windy. Things like that, where the litter may not have started by you, but it ended by you, that kind of thing. And I'm not trying to take light of it, but I know where you're getting at. And yes, there's cleaning never ends. That's one of our actual mantras inside DSNY. The cleaning never ends. It's always dirty out there. So are they acceptably clean? Depends on when you're looking at them.
Understood. If the funding cuts that are being proposed in this preliminary budget go through, what will the practical effects of that be on the ground in my council districts and other council districts? Could you walk us through what that would look like if the corner basket service is further reduced, et cetera?
100%. So yes, and we're continuing, it's definitely true that what was released was the preliminary budget in a time where fiscal prudence is being asked of all agencies. We're one of many agencies who are asked to put up a reduction. Our current headcount peg reduction does impact our ability to expand to the organic services. It also cuts some of our support staff. So the uniformed headcount, the people who will be on the front line, we have to evaluate afterwards, because it would be a cascading impact. Because what does that mean? Some of the support staff that we employ in garages that do truck maintenance and truck movements, our fleet is very dynamic. Because the needs per community board change by day, we don't staff every community board to their peak need. We staff them to a mean need, and then when their peak need exceeds that, we move trucks around. So there are various maintenance jobs that aren't frontline impacted that are now going to be delayed. So that's why sometimes in the question, will we see an impact on the front line on what your service delivery is? That I can't tell you. What I can address is what we know of, and I mentioned it in testimony, is that currently, right now, and these are still, I can't say it enough, these are still ongoing conversations with the administration on where we're going next. An administration that I do not mind saying has been firm in their They want cleaner streets. They want to have those resources. So I'm optimistic about where those conversations lead and where we get to as we continue with preliminary budget conversations, the hearing that comes up in a couple of weeks to discuss those topics, and the further discussions after that, after the entire thing's been evaluated. But right now, there is a population of the current litter basket service, and you and I have had this conversation. I've had it with a couple of your colleagues on this committee as well. Pre-pandemic, we had over 700 basket trucks weekly budgeted. We are now at 588. And inside that 588 is 130, the funding for 136 trucks that was FY22 one-shotted. So it was only in there for 1 year. So it doesn't look like a budget cut because it was never put into the out years. So right now, there is definitely going to be, without a technical cut, there is a planned reduction in service. And I think that's something that we need to talk about. And if we run less services, as we saw at the height of the pandemic, when we were literally down to 270 basket trucks a week, give or take, less basket service, less routine service certainly contributes an adverse impact on field operations.
So the baskets will get emptied less often on the corners.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. We will now hear from Council Member Menon.
Time starts now.
Thank you so much. First of all, I want to thank Chair Nurse for holding this important oversight hearing, and thank you, Commissioner Grayson. So a question that I have for Commissioner Grayson is, I represent Council District 5, which is one of the densest council districts in the city. How can the department change their pickup schedule to better reflect population density in neighborhoods that really have this kind of density so that trash bags are not piling up on the street?
Thank you. And I have to tell you, Councilmember, we are constantly monitoring the metrics. We know tons per day, we know pickups per day, and we're trying to always meet the demand. And I think that what we need to discuss is more of the temporal redistribution. So I would be definitely interested to follow back up with you and have my team come back out and reassess with you some of the areas where you're seeing the level of service, not just on the corner baskets. That is something where we've talked about this, and we'll continue to have those discussions. Clearly, if you have an influx, or if you're hosting more and more, let's say bus or travelers, and people are coming to the district to be a transfer station to get across town, to move further on into Manhattan, to possibly move further away into the outer boroughs, but then using that as a transit hub in certain blocks. We definitely need to talk about that to make sure that we're meeting the foot traffic and the generation. Some of the other things that we would love to continue to work on, and it's part of our core mission as we move forward, is not only litter prevention campaigns, but waste reduction campaigns, because that's also something where I don't know that we have a firm handle in now, especially. It's something that we're watching continually, the change in behavior from what people have done on the pandemic, their consumption, how they're taking in. I mean, things like, the Deputy Commissioner Bridget Angela brought it up before, more and more corrugated cardboard. I mean, I think that the order to the house lifestyle is going to happen continually. And I think that it's going to change what looks like set out and looks like a saturation is set out, particularly when you're putting it out the night before for the day of. That's a long temporal time to have garbage exposed. So those are the types of things with the density that we would definitely like to work with you on. But we evaluate the tonnage and the truck traffic and our ability to maintain the collection schedules, and we're always trying to kind of meet up with that. And I definitely want to continue to work with you and your colleagues wherever you feel that needs to be tweaked, because we have metrics that you may not know of, and we certainly want to hear your ground level issues so we can try to better tailor our operation to cut them down. I can't hear you.
Sorry, I know I got muted by accident. Okay, thank you so much for unmuting me. So another question I have is about big belly containerized garbage. What are the department's plans in terms of piloting big belly containerized garbage, and if so, in what areas?
Well, so Big Belly is a brand. There are clearly bid hosted Big Belly baskets all the way around. It's also one of the vendors we expect to be looking into, the solicitation on getting involved with our containerized trash options. We currently are using, a variation of that can in some of our other pilots with regard to, we have this incredible, the drop-off composting, and we're using a variation of that type of thing where you have a larger vessel that does some level of possibly compacting to get more utilization. And more importantly, it has a user interactive landscape. It's more aesthetically pleasing. So we don't mind, right now we are not expanding big bellies for corner baskets in our budget. We are focused on trying to do our Better Bin campaign and get more and more of the silver bullet type baskets. That doesn't mean that we're not willing to talk about getting into big belly. Some of the times, the things that when we look at corner baskets and the technology that surrounds them is twofold. It's what are we really looking to do? We're looking to achieve the ability to hold it and then provide the proper service level, and more importantly, overall cost for the taxpayer. Because big bellies are fantastic, and when we can get sponsorship, they're great, they're a great can. When we can get sponsorship, that's good, but on the tax levy, they're a very expensive basket. So when you take sometimes the evaluation on not only is it good, but it's pretty expensive option depending on which version you take. Are you taking the one with the solar power, that's solar powered? Some of these things could be several $1,000s for a basket that holds, pedestrian refuse. And then when we look at that against what we know we can service also that is more manual. So again, great conversations to have. That's what this committee and is about. We could talk about that. And I would gladly, and after this, we will definitely circle back to your team to let you know and sit down with you and talk about the different types of baskets and what are the costs associated with them and some of our real-time feedback on how we interact with them and some of the lessons we've learned. I think that when we arm you with what we know and our expertise on some of these things, it's going to really, really make these conversations go that much better as we plan for where we should be. But we like big bellies. There's a lot to talk about in that. So I hope that helped.
Thank you very much, Council Member. We will now turn it back to Chair Nurse for additional questions before a second round for Council Members. Chair Nurse.
Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Grayson. It's a lot to have to speak to and so many questions on a Friday. So thank you so much. I have several questions about curbside organics and community composting. So I'll just start. Waste export costs $470-ish million in the fiscal year 2023 preliminary budget, which is an exorbitant amount. Organic waste makes up 1/3 of the waste stream, as you mentioned, and so therefore logic would follow that by increasing organic collections and creating more compost processing facilities, we can reduce these costs and the associated environmental costs. The more we expand organics, the organics program, including curbside, public school organics, organic drop-off sites, and community composting, the more we can save on waste export costs. So I would love if you could just kind of describe a little bit how the cuts in organics collection have shifted towards waste export costs.
Chair, I thank you for the question, and it's no doubt that New York City has an interesting challenge. It's the existential threat that sadly, and I remember being in all those years ago, to date myself, listening to Al Gore speak about the inconvenient truth at the 92nd Street Y, and I got my book signed, and it was fantastic. But unfortunately, some of the things when we talk about climate change and behavior change and waste stream change, they become a really inconvenient truth because the existential threat is here, except that it is very, very hard to get the behavior change without a complete, and you've been a champion of this, you've been doing so much great work trying to get more people to understand composting, understand their personal impact and their personal carbon footprint in a myriad of ways that they can behave. So I know that I'm speaking to the choir on this. So top line, how does not having a really, really robust organics program contribute to the cost of waste export? Clearly, if we're continuing to export garbage and that cost rises for every mile that we take it away from New York City, and we'll continue to do that, particularly as we, while we're doing everything we can, and we're very proud of the fact that most of that is done by either barge or rail, and we've significantly made those milestones in the original swamp, and it's been an incredible transportation plan, and there's a lot to be proud of. There's so much more work to be done, because everything that isn't diverted then goes to that higher cost to tip it that's associated with refuse. So yes, I think the non-binary line, or the thing that we need to openly discuss, is while there is definitely a differentiation in the amount of disposal cost, there's also the fact that while we're building the program and where we're trying to get that behavior change, it's not an immediate reduction in the overall waste export cost. It's not an immediate reduction. For every ton less that we divert, it's clearly going to be, but there are other, between the collection operations, between the entire realities of how we're going to get there, we just need to be open and honest and say, yes, to answer your question, if organics diversion, as long as it's now coupled with processing centers and the entire infrastructure package that would come with that, could certainly drive down what the costs would be, and certainly drive down some of the environmental impacts and greenhouse gas impact. It's going to do all of that. But I think that it's not the right tone to set to say that if we do organics tomorrow, we're going to see an immediate reduction in the waste export costs, because there's also the other market factor variables inside of that. We do not host any of our own dumps. We do not, so we have to pay for every ton that we put out. And sometimes the rates per ton are also associated with the tons we're giving. So clearly, if in any kind of good system that has a margin, at some point in time, those two things will line up again. So what I want, which is a long way of saying, it's a very big question that is, though, important to tackle, because organic diversion will overall, in the out years, reduce our waste export cost, especially if we also then make it something where we're doing much more to host community, local level events, have some level of meaningful infrastructure that takes the shipping of that away from the whole entire process, and do more local level processing as well.
Thank you, and I definitely hear you about it's not an immediate solution, but I hear what you're saying about you don't own your dumps. So, you know, my understanding is that in order to justify the cost of this program, yes, we need to increase participation in the program, and also we need to have places where this stuff is being processed. So, within DSNY, what is it looking like in terms of identifying potential new processing facilities or DSNY run large-scale organics processing facilities as part of an overall strategy to have that stuff here and bring some of these costs down?
I thank you for that, and I'm gonna top line that to say it's clearly going to be. So we're at this interesting time. We mentioned in testimony the critical timing and the nature of this new waste characterization study, so we can really get the latest set of data to see what's happening in that waste stream, is going to be, you know, critical for future planning. And more importantly, thankfully we all get to be around to watch the city revamp the solid waste management plan. And the original 20-year cycle is amazing, and a lot of great work was done with that. And now we get to take the pen out, looking at what are new streams, new chances for diversion, new opportunities to make really incredible choices for true long-lasting climate change, environmental justice. There's so much good that can come. So we have plans, and we definitely need some level of how our interactions at local level, local scale facilities, and the vendor network that we currently have. But for a little bit more granularity on where we think we're headed in that, I'm going to offer both my Deputy Commissioner Anderson and Anderson Incorporated, although no relation. I'm going to start with Greg, and then Bridget can pick up where the gaps are. Greg?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. This is something that obviously we're always looking at in terms of opportunities to grow new facilities. And as the Commissioner mentioned earlier, what the old swamp did was create a transportation plan for our waste. And in large part, the transportation plan was get it out of here and do so as sustainably as possible. What we'd like to do going forward, and Bridget can talk about this in detail as well, is work with other agencies across the city, really understand what is the opportunity for growth in terms of organics management, both in New York City, around the metropolitan region, and come up with a really comprehensive strategy for how we can make those investments. Obviously, the challenge for us at Sanitation is that whenever we are going to build a project, it has to go through ULURP, and ULURP can be and I'm just going to be frank, it can be an unbearable process, as many of you know, particularly for solid waste facilities, whether it's a sanitation garage, a transfer station, a compost facility, anything like that will certainly raise substantial concerns during the ULURP process. And that's just something that we have to be realistic about going forward. We'd love to work with the council to identify where those facilities could be sited in the long term, so that we can, try to achieve an equitable distribution, try to identify where those facilities could be in collaboration with community partners, so that there isn't that sort of upfront concern on the ULURP process. And I think all of these things are steps that we can take in the context of the solid waste management plan, which is now just 4 short years away.
Thank you. My next question is related to the current organics interest form. So right now you have X amount of communities that have access to it, they're using it, and then you're also receiving demand. So your people are expressing they'd love to have it, but there's no necessarily transparency on when that could happen. So one of the questions I had was if you could explain to us, and this would really help inform the advocacy of a lot of folks, how many people per a community board or a district or geography that you all have, how many people expressing interest would justify activating a truck or activating that community board? And is it along certain routes? Is it just a certain number of people per board or whatever boundary you're using? I think that would really help folks understand who are out there canvassing and trying to ask people to sign up and who are trying to do that education awareness to help better inform their advocacy efforts if they knew what that threshold would be and how they could better kind of organize for it.
That is a great question. To get into the exact pinpoint, because I want to tell you this. So we expected to have a great problem. Prior to the pandemic, we had the access to curbside composting in 44 districts in New York City. 44 community boards had either regular curbside pickup or we were going to the high-rise routes in Manhattan and like western portions of the Bronx. But there was the brown bin program, and there we were. And in all honesty, the totality of opportunity, was some of the best we've ever seen. 3+ million New Yorkers had access to the program and they could be a part of it. So it is a little bit of a shock that when we went to those same 44 community boards and said, you have the bin, we're ready to come back, sign up. We only had 61,000 people sign up. So from 3 million accessible clients to less than 65,000 signups. And now we're running in 7 community boards. What we did was the 7 community boards are clear. Right now, they are the top sign-up districts that we have. So they had the most, just numerically, number of people express interest, and that we could vet those addresses, make sure that they were the responsible property owner who wanted to be a part of the program. And then we did a time distance routing methodology to make sure that we could complete the route as, inside the time. We would assign them a day and then we could do that. So we're doing point-to-point routing. So one of the things about this program is it's precision routing. You're literally not going up and down blocks randomly. You're only going to the blocks that we may have to traverse a couple to get to the other block that has it out. We're only going to the addresses that have signed up for the program and are supposed to have it out on the respective collection day. To that end, I will let Bridget Anderson go into a little bit of what we used as the criteria. Again, it was just pure math, but I can tell you now, Chair, that even as we were looking to expand, where were we going next? We were going to have to start to take a much lower number as the benchmark thing if we wanted to get more expansion, because nobody was able to hit the percentages categorically up and down. Not that that was the only factor involved, but when we were trying to run the most effective truck, that's kind of how it played into it. But Bridget, please give some more information on this.
Sure. So the number of signups that we had in the 44 districts to date is between 5 and 6% of the addresses in those districts. So that to us is a factor of a voluntary program. It is a learning curve of people who might have participated versus people who will sign up to participate. What we thought would be a fairly low barrier to entry of just let us know you want in, turned out to be a barrier. We also have the ongoing challenge, which was a challenge in the prior program, which is that because it's a voluntary program, residents in large buildings they can't self-select to participate unless their building management will choose to participate. And so that's been a big factor too, is figuring out ways prior to the pandemic and now, how do you get voluntary participation by large building management companies? So the participation, the signups have been modest. Participation, as the commissioner mentioned, of the people who have already signed up and who are receiving service, about 50% of them set out the bin every week. So we're seeing just the voluntary nature, the discretionary nature of the way people are participating in this program. All of these things to us point towards the need, as with the original recycling program, to go mandatory as the indicator, as the key to switch create a step change in participation. We've seen this with our e-waste, when the Electronic Waste Recycling Act was passed at the state level. We had a voluntary program to collect and recycle e-waste in large apartment buildings, eCycle NYC. The moment the disposal ban was in our future, 2 years out, it crashed the form to sign up for the program. It's a free service that you're not even enforcing yet. You're just indicating that this is going to be a universal expectation. That created a huge step change in participation. And so we had this with the original recycling program as well. So the opt-in program is limited. Our marching orders were make it efficient, find a way to make it more efficient. And we have a learning curve understanding who our customers are. So we're also able to have a better sense of participation patterns. So in addition to the number of signups in districts, we also looked at the percentage of the addresses in those districts that are signing up, because that allows us to think about efficiency in routing. So if you have, 500 addresses here, 500 addresses there, but it's 10% of the addresses in this district, our trucks are going to have a more efficient clustering of addresses. If 500 addresses is 2% of the addresses in a different district, you're going to be driving really far between those addresses to pick up the material, so it was less efficient. So we also looked at that percentage of households within the district, which is why it's not a one side. Each district everyone doesn't have the same number that we're trying to hit. So every month we look at the signups, we look at how many addresses, how they're clustered, to figure out a way to create more efficient routes. But again, this is a program we're learning a lot, but again, it's not the end state. This is not the end state of where we need to be, but we've learned a lot from it, and we do look forward to continuing to add addresses and make more efficient routes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So it sounds like density. People need to do advocacy and organizing in a way that promotes density. Okay, so my last couple of questions before I hand it over back to other members for questions is around community composting. What steps are being taken to ensure that community scale composting remains part of DSNY's organics collection strategy? And to that end, what steps are being taken to extend funding and be more inclusive and open to organizations doing similar work to the Compost Project or already DSNY funded composting sites?
Thank you, Chair. We love our compost partners. The FSDO sites that we have and our community partners truly are, most of them have a long-standing relationship with the department. And as we onboard new ones and have this new expression of interest over a myriad of community boards, it's amazing. And you go out and you tour these sites and you see the people that really care. There's a lot of great volunteerism. There's a lot of great conversation. There's a lot of great education. So we are championing that we continue this funding. We have a need request in to discuss that. And we're going to continue to work with the administration because the local level composters are really, truly great partners. And clearly something that when we talk about accessibility, the biggest challenge for everything is trying to marry that getting that perfect synergy when you can marry good intent with opportunity. And that's really the big thing, making sure that people who decide that today's the day I'm going to become a composter, today's the day I'm going to have behavior change, that you have some place to go do that. Because as we all know, all it takes is, one good binge watch on Netflix and you ain't doing nothing. A good idea turns into tomorrow, and then tomorrow never comes, right? So in the end of the day, there's the miracle of why you need. So this is why we will always champion, number one, the behavior change of a mandate and a mantra and a law and giving everybody that extra poke, but we certainly need accessibility. So we're pushing, and we've made that need known to make sure that we can maintain the existing level of the community compost sites that we have into next year. But we also would like growth, and we're having those discussions. And thankfully, the administration has said it a couple of times, and I do believe that they meant it. This is a preliminary budget conversation. So that's why we look forward to, I'm sure, talking more about some of these items in the next hearing that comes up at the end of the month. But more importantly, just to have this dialogue. But as far as our local level engagements and who our best partners are and how people can get a part of the program and what we're doing on a daily level, I'm going to ask Bridget Anderson to weigh in with some of the more granular details.
I think she needs to be on.
Can someone unmute her?
Thank you. Thank you. So one of the things we like to say is there's plenty of organics material to go around in New York City. And, historically in the 90s, we focused on backyard composting. We said citywide major efforts to train and get people to leave it on the lawn, compost in their backyards, figuring out how much did that actually reduce the waste that we had to collect. We established a master composter program that was nationally recognized. We had to suspend it during COVID. We're bringing it back this spring. We're very excited to have, again, a master composter program to train people on how to compost at home in their communities. And again, there's plenty of material. One of our goals is tonnage diversion. And so we know that without a citywide program at scale, we're not going to get the level of tonnage diversion that we need, but that is not the only story. Composting isn't just about diverting waste from landfills. It's about actually creating a product that's helping our street trees, that's helping our community gardens, and that's helping with urban agriculture. So we are very eager to maintain that as part of our strategy. We say home, community, city. Every strategy is important in our process.
Thank you. And my last question, and also I really enjoyed the comment about Netflix binging versus taking your organics. It's like you know me. On the same day that the mayor announced cuts to the curbside organics program in the preliminary budget announcement, Senator Brad Hoylman introduced a bill in the state Senate that would require the city to establish a residential composting program for all buildings with residential units. Obviously, for me, it would be great if the city led on it and not be mandated from the state, but I guess I'd love to hear your opinion. Is DSNY supportive of this bill, and why or why not?
Well, thank you. I think that the top line value is that, there are always nuances when people put in a bill that we have to be very mindful of, because we certainly don't want it to be something that is preemptive or hurts us from moving forward in a more robust niche program that specifically impacts New York City communities and lose some of that stakeholder engagement in legislative drafting. So on the overall, we need a mandatory program, and we are definitely supportive of everybody who wants us to get there. And we look forward to continuing the conversations with you as chair, this committee, the current administration, really on what that has to look like. What is the lead-in time? What is going to be any furtherance of how we're going to do that? How we're going to do the education component? What is going to be involved in the program exactly? What is going to be all of the material completely outlined and defined? And we support overall, we need a program, we need a bill. We want all the help we can get, and we want to make sure that that hits all the temporal points and all of the niche points. So yes on a bill, and there are some parts of every bill that gets introduced from people who aren't directly involved at the local level that sometimes we have to keep an eye on, but overall legislation would help. Bridget, would you like to add anything more to that?
No, that sounds great. I think that's good. I think whether it's local, state, a combination thereof, frankly, there's the Federal Compost Act. Each level will hopefully help create the policy that indicates us and helps us in the right direction.
Thank you. Thank you all. I'm going to turn it over to Jessica.
Thank you, Chair. We will now go to a second round of council member questions. Councilmember Botcher will be first, and if any other council members who have additional questions but have yet to use their Zoom raise hand function, please do that now. Councilmember Botcher.
Time starts now.
Hi, Commissioner, what is the ideal number of litter basket truck routes for the citywide corner basket service? If you could pick a number in your dream scenario, what would it be? There's 588 truck routes now, 736 before the pandemic, but even then we had chronic overflowing baskets, and folks at DSNY had said back then that we could use more truck routes. What number would you pick if you could set that yourself?
I think, and it's a great question, and I think that number, depending on circumstance, is fluid. And the reason why I say that is because between traffic density, between infrastructure changes, it's about operational feasibility in our routing structure, the temporal distribution of when we bring that. A lot of our basket service, and this is just the truth, happens on the overnight. And because we're more efficient and we're not in the way and we're not creating more traffic. However, sometimes that creates the constituent experience where they'll see an empty basket, perhaps as long as they leave their house, early enough in the morning to be on the path to work. But then when they come home, it looks like nothing's been done. So for me, I think that I would like to see, and I mean this because it was also a ramp up. We had gotten to that 730 number, and then we really, everything's always temporal and over a distribution. I want to see a number in that high. I want to be in the 700s, and I don't mean to be ambiguous. I would take that pre-pandemic number all day long, but only then ask that we can then evaluate what that looks like in today's landscape. And see what can we do? Is there some time? Is there a temporal jump that we need to do and work with? And more importantly, continuing to partner with the council members who sometimes add additional funding. That's another, in the right time. Sometimes they fill up their gap in service time at a peak area where we can come back and do like a midday pickup because they've gone for some supplemental servicing along a heavily congested area where we meet those, we can't maintain a 24-hour collection cycle. So I think that question is very valuable. I think that I would like to get us to a pre-pandemic level and then work together on finding what's the right answer. And because I think that a lot of it does come to behavior change. We had a stark drop off. We've been getting better with adopt a baskets, but when we have areas where we have more adopt a basket partners, and they're taking the liner bags out and then leaving them on, I think that the service can be more impactful because we're getting 3 or 4 pickups worth of that particular litter basket on the singular service. So I think that it's not one brush because sometimes we have a lot more community partners helping us with the baskets, or in places where the collection service is, we try to run our basket service opposite the collection service on any respective day because the collection service was going to get it. And I think that a lot of times, specifically while we saw some of the increased outage, if you had a missed collection day, because we couldn't staff it over the pandemic leading into where we are now. So it's not today, not steady state, but where we are, the belief that we have all have in our head. If we didn't have enough people, that basket that was going to get scheduled by the refuse truck that day didn't then have the basket truck because we put the baskets opposite the collection. So if we missed the collection, now you had the collection in front of your house and you had the corner basket overflowing. And some of what we're talking about is all temporal and optic. Not that it's not dirty, that's never my intent, but what's the right number? That number continues to change, but I would love to see us as a baseline back to pre-pandemic level.
Okay. It sounds like getting back to pre-pandemic levels and then adding corner basket pickups would be ideal. But I agree with a lot of what you've said today, but we've got to reduce the amount of waste that people are putting in the baskets. That's a big problem. We have to focus on that. But tell me, what will the number be after the cuts? If those cuts that are proposed for this year go through, what will the number of corner basket pickups be, of truck routes be? It's 588. What would it be if these proposed cuts go through?
If the funding that was only instituted for FY22 is taken away, then we would, and we made no other different operational adjustments. If it was just apples to apples, current level of funding into non-restored level of funding for FY23, we would lose 136 trucks a week, which would take it from 588 to 422, which is approximately a 23% reduction citywide.
And do you think that would be a mistake to do that?
We're definitely against. we're advocating for the restoration, because right now, and that's what it is, we're advocating. So it's on our list of the needs. Every agency is asked to put up, what do you think you need? We're advocating to, at the very minimum, maintain the current level of basket service. And we're working with the administration and OMB. Again, what was in the preliminary budget document clearly didn't look like, so it's a cut because it wasn't an out years. It's an interesting thing. It's nomenclature, but it's not a budget cut. It wasn't funded originally. So it's the restoration of that funding to maintain what we have, and then ongoing discussions to talk about where we were for pre-pandemic. I can tell you that I'm the commissioner of sanitation. I love emptying litter baskets. It's like, I would do it all day long. It's the greatest thing ever. However, we have to do that right. We have to right size that operation, get maximum efficiency out of the routing, use the collection trucks that are already passing, cut down our own carbon footprint. Why run a truck when we already have one in the area who could also do the job? Looking to that. So yes, we would lose out on basket service. I am not a fan of that. I am a fan of maintaining what I have now and possibly going to a pre-pandemic level. And I'm definitely a fan of the fact that you, your colleagues, the chair, this organization, this committee wants to understand what are those baseline metrics, what's our deployment strategy, and how can we have an honest conversation about what we really need.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you to Chair Nurse as well.
And Commissioner, if I could just add to that, just for the record, the FY 2020 number also included one-time funding for litter basket service of 8.6 million in that fiscal year. So I think what's important is that these litter basket service, this litter basket service funding has to be renewed year over year, and in the long run, it's probably best to just baseline that funding for in our budget, so that way, one, we're not running it on overtime, and two, this conversation doesn't necessarily need to happen every single fiscal year.
Thank you. I would like to just recognize that we have been joined by Council Member Gennaro and Council Member Williams. You have some additional questions?
Time starts now.
Thank you so much. So as also chair of the Civil and Human Rights Committee, I had some different types of questions. So the previous administration conducted at least 1,700 sweeps aimed at moving homeless people from locations where they had set up shelter. According to data obtained via the Freedom of Information Act, it is not illegal to sleep outside, but DHS cannot force homeless people to accept services. However, sending out teams of cops, sanitation workers, and outreach personnel to move people from their makeshift homes seems like we are pushing them out rather than systematically addressing the homelessness problem. The cleanup operations typically involve DHS, the police and sanitation, parks department, sometimes business improvement districts and other local transit agencies involved, depending on the property in question. Homeless individuals are traumatized by having NYPD, Department of Sanitation, and DHS discard their belongings and move away from one of the few places they feel safe. In early 2017, the New York Civil Liberties Union and the advocacy group Picture the Homeless settled a lawsuit against the city by 3 homeless New Yorkers who the union said were kicked awake and whose belongings were thrown into a trash compactor by police and sanitation workers. The NYCLU and Picture Homeless have a separate ongoing case before the city's Commission on Human Rights, alleging that the NYPD has an illegal policy of telling homeless people gathered in particularly East Harlem street corners to move along. Under Mayor de Blasio, homeless sweeps were sometimes clear in their protocol, but under the Adams administration, it is not as clear. And so the question I have is, will the Adams administration look at lessons learned from the previous administration to better handle and address sweeps?
Well, thank you for your question. And it's an interesting thing. It's never more humbling than witnessing these homeless interactions. And in fairness, the amount of dedicated civil servants that go out, from the DHS team who try to go out and engage, or from the mental health team that are trying to go out and engage and get to it's a weird thing being the sanitation component of the homeless sweeps. Because in that literal, and I hate to say it that way, for the many times that DSNY workers are first responders, when it comes to this, we're literally the last responder. All right, and because at the end of every pile that someone is complaining about, or in the end of every eyesore condition that someone is complaining about, is a human being. And it's the complete, when you go to these scenes and you take part of what is a cleanup or an intervention, it is the complete epitome of the adage, one man's trash is another man's treasure. where what people are, the passersby and the residents of the impacted areas, they are complaining about what looks to be garbage to them. And yet when you get to the location, someone is standing there saying, that's mine, that's my whole life. And trying to navigate what is the difference and the differentiation while you're having a meaningful conversation. And again, our staff is there to wait until they are told what is garbage to be removed, and then perform their function as the last responder of a garbage pickup that literally is having this interactive human experience unfold behind that. To that end, we have been maintaining routine sweeps with the DHS team throughout the transition. I think that the administration's approach is to understand what those drivers are. And so what we've been doing is maintaining our relationship with DHS, being the accompanying last party to where these homeless sweeps are. And then it's an interesting thing too, because we have homeless sweeps where our activity level has completely grown year over year. I think, we can, and I will gladly follow up with you, particularly with your, capacity with your own committee, to make sure that you understand our growth and what our metrics are, because we keep them on how much, how many interactions we've done, how many times we've cleaned up an area, what's been called either a homeless condition and or an encampment, because those two things are different. An encampment would be someone's making like a makeshift structure, and then a condition would just be, let's say, a blanket and some stuff on the floor. But it is also very interesting that when you look at the constituent experience for the people complaining about what could be a drop off or a dump out, this also goes back to the 311 complaints, because a lot of times, and this is something that maybe many New Yorkers don't realize, what they would be calling in that, let's say, a decade ago, New York City Sanitation would just go up to a scene and remove whatever material was unattended anywhere. Right now, when you get there, and it could possibly be another local constituent or another homeless individual who's close by, who, when you're going to engage what looks like a drop-off, they say, oh, that's someone's belongings, which gives you pause for thought. And then we circulate the entire area back for a homeless or a mental outreach. Instead of taking it, we want to make sure that we haven't crossed that line that is very, very ambiguous at times. Conversely, I do want to tell you that on a random street corner where no one claims ownership, if we get called to a dump out and it looks like garbage, we'll take it. So it's a very weird line. I mean, I know that I said a lot there, but we're continuing to be part of the sweep process. We're continuing to wait for our orders on what that condition is. And then a lot of times, I think that there are a lot of people who don't understand that our role is not, we don't go in like stormtroopers and just take stuff. We wait to find out what it is. If there's any ambiguity on ownership or stewardship of what could be someone's belongings, we give ample time for that. But if it's a purely unattended drop out or dump off, we take it as though it is garbage, only sometimes to find out after the fact, because maybe the person that's associated to that could have been their belongings. We had no idea. There was nobody came out to claim ownership. So it's very hard when you get called to a scene to respond to what looks like a dump out and nobody does an owner claimed on some of that material. What looks to be garbage, unattended, you take it. So we sometimes run into an ambiguous line. It's never intentional when we take someone's belongings, unless of course they're there and it's been determined that that is actually garbage or unsafe, etc. So I know that I gave you a lot in there, but I do believe that this is an ongoing process, and we definitely look for more input and leadership coming through from the council, from the committees, from the community stakeholders, and everybody who cares about the humans associated at the end of that, because that's the real thing. We're only there to get what has been deemed garbage, and that's clearly not how we want the people to be treated.
Thank you so much, Commissioner, and look forward to working with you on this issue. And thank you again, Chair Nurse, for allowing me to ask the question.
I believe I saw Chief of Cleaning Operations, Harbin's hands up.
My office is over the homeless cleanups. We work, again, just as the Commissioner mentioned. First of all, I'll introduce myself so I can break the ice with everyone. My name is Stephen Harbin. I am the fairly new Chief of Cleaning. Monday, I start my 33rd year with the agency. And it's been a privilege to be involved in cleaning matters, whether as a new sanitation worker, cleaning conditions, or as a supervisor and up through the ranks monitoring personnel. I live in Community Board 5, which is Chair Nurse's part of her jurisdiction, and I am irritated when I see the drop-offs, the dump outs, the dirty conditions. I am just as passionate about getting on my staff and holding people accountable when I see these conditions out there and they are not handled in a timely manner. So with you, Council Member Nurse, and all the other council members, the audience, I am just as passionate about the dump outs, the drop-offs. I have my own views and my own observations, which I'm not going to get into right now, and things that have worked and things that I have been pushing to try since I've been here. For example, increasing illegal dumping monitoring to deter people from going to those locations because people go back to the same areas, and a number of initiatives that I plan to implement. But due to the sake of time, we can have those conversations in other meetings in the future. And again, I support all of you with the DVO removers of derelict vehicles, the towing tags, and so forth and so on. And also, as I said, again, the office is I also oversee the lot cleaning unit. And also, again, I have jurisdiction. My office handles all of the scheduling of the homeless cleanups. And again, a major challenge for us on a regular basis, but we do the best we can to be as sensitive to the needs of the homeless individuals. And yes, I can vouch and say, we do not take what we are not supposed to take. And within reason, we try to use good judgment in how we handle those circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chief. Sounds like I need to have a dual follow-up with you as well. And one thing I just want to state for the record, I know that figuring out places to hold the cars is also a challenge, both for the NYPD and I believe somewhat for the Department of Sanitation. So I know that the city and the administration, a part of the issue around addressing derelict cars is the ability to tow adequately and then to store the cars, which is a significant challenge. So I look forward to also working with the administration to identify space, increase the number of tow truck companies, vendors that could be used to actually really address the issue in a robust fashion.
Okay, Councilmember, I look forward to working with you on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Harbin, also for coming on. Thank you. And I just want to thank all of the panelists here from DSNY who joined today and who are answering all these questions. It's almost 3 hours of answering questions, or 2. So thank you so much, and thank you all of the council members from the committee who are here as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Nurse. We will now turn to public testimony, and thank you to the Department of Sanitation. I'd like to remind everyone that unlike our typical council hearings, we will be calling individuals one by one to testify. Each panelist will be given 3 minutes to speak. Please begin once the sergeant has started the timer. Council members who have questions for a particular panelist should use the Zoom raise hand function, and I will call on you after the panelist has completed their testimony. For panelists, once your name is called, a member of our staff will unmute you, and the Sergeant at Arms will give you the go-ahead to begin upon setting the timer. Please wait for the Sergeant to announce that you may begin before delivering your testimony. First, we will hear from Eric Goldstein of NRDC, followed by Justin Wood of the New York Lawyers for Public Interest, followed by Linda Nugent of Align. Eric Goldstein, you may begin when the sergeant calls time.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, Chairman Nurse and members of the committee, and congratulations to all of you on joining this important committee at this critical time. Hello as well to Commissioner Grayson and his team. I'm Eric Goldstein, New York City Environment Director at the Natural Resources Defense Council. NRDC is a national not-for-profit legal and scientific organization. We've been active on many things, including solid waste issues in New York for decades. Our overall goal has remained the same: to transform waste handling in New York from primary reliance on landfilling and incineration to making waste prevention, recycling, composting, and equity the cornerstones of a modern 21st century sustainable waste policy. We endorse your proposed resolution that would urge the state legislature to advance extended producer responsibility legislation. We welcome your support for full and timely implementation of the commercial waste zone law. And we join you in calling for restoration of funds that the administration has proposed to cut from the Sanitation Department's FY23 budget. The proposed cuts to the expansion of ongoing curbside food waste collection prove one thing. The time has come for a new approach to that critical issue. Food scraps, yard waste, food, soil, paper are the single largest portion of the waste stream, as you know, 4,000 tons a day. And despite the wonderful and efficient community composting programs that continue in force, the overwhelming amount of this waste is now sent to incinerators and landfills. Both of those are located in environmental justice communities. More often than not, they generate air pollution. And of course, organics buried in landfills is a major source of methane. Landfills are the third largest source for methane emissions in the United States. And if we want to curb the climate crisis, we're going to have to get our food waste out of landfills and into compost. City officials have long acknowledged this problem. Mayor Bloomberg, Mayor de Blasio, Speaker Johnson, even Mayor Adams recently said, we have to do a better job. We have to do it better. Other cities have figured out a better way. Seattle, San Francisco, and Portland, they've phased in successful mandatory programs. They've done it by making a commitment and sticking with it, even through changes in their administrations. They passed mandatory legislation. They utilized rat and animal-proof bins. They provided frequent food waste collection pickups. They adjusted collection schedules, and they created long-term comprehensive multilingual educational programs. Their strategies are proving economically sensible. Seattle's curbside composting collection program have been found to be saving residents $10 a ton versus the cost of landfilling and incineration. As Commissioner Grayson said, that's over the long term, but that's what your job is as city council members, to think of the long-term economic and environmental needs of the city. What New York City needs and what we believe the council can and must deliver is legislation that will phase in universal curbside mandatory compost collections for every city neighborhood over the next 5 years. This can also create green jobs for city residents. The need is obvious, the excuses are unacceptable, and with this new elected leadership in the city council and leadership from Speaker Adrienne Adams, we believe the time is now. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I see that Councilmember Gennaro has the question, so I will turn to Councilmember Gennaro.
Time starts now.
Okay, can you hear me? Am I coming through?
Yes.
Coming through, okay. I wish to commend the chair, Chair Nurse, for holding this hearing. I certainly do appreciate that. I appreciate being a member of this committee. I wish to be associated with the remarks of my good friend Eric Goldstein. I can't think of any advocate who's been on the scene as long as he, advocating for what needs to be done. I wish to be associated with his remarks. We go back to the first solid waste management plan that was passed in that overnight hearing that went from 6 in the evening till 6 the next morning in 1992. Eric has been on the front lines, for that long and longer. And I wish to commend him for his good testimony today. We would be wise to heed his good words. And that I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Eric.
Thank you, Council Member. We will now call on Justin Wood, followed by Linda Nugan, followed by Carlos Castel-Croke of the New York League of Conservation Voters. Justin Wood, you may begin when the sergeant calls time.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Chair Nurse, and to all the members of the committee and the council who are here, and staff from the Department of Sanitation and Commissioner Grayson. I'm Justin Wood. I'm the Director of Policy at New York Lawyers for the Public Interest, and we're a founding member of the Transform Don't Trash New York City Coalition, as well as the Save Our Compost Coalition. To put it bluntly, we wish we didn't have to gather here today or at the very inspiring rally yesterday to have to use an initial sanitation committee hearing to discuss a round of cuts to vital sanitation services in our city. As everyone here knows, and we've heard, we know way too much about the overwhelming urgency of the climate crisis and the substantial contribution of landfilled and incinerated solid waste to greenhouse gas emissions, to keep going through sporadic half-measured approaches to composting and recycling, ongoing confusion and disheartening amongst the public. And we know that the solid waste system continues to place unjust burdens on low-income communities and communities of color that receive fewer services too often, while facing the greatest harms from a truck and pollution-intensive waste export system. But I will say that on the positive side, one of the bright spots in the sanitation landscape is this city council, this new council's immediate commitment to fighting for a more equitable and sustainable solid waste system. So to that end, we urge you to use your full oversight, budgeting, and legislative authority to that end. Here are a few priorities, suggestions. Ensuring that the city follows through on the waste equity commitment in this current solid waste management plan. We would like to see this incorporating the marine transfer stations that are more efficient and more equitably located into the commercial waste system to reduce the inefficient routing and hugely disproportionate numbers of commercial waste trucks traversing communities like the South Bronx and North Brooklyn. We'd like to see a plan to bring a full and equitable collection and containerization and waste reduction technology to all communities to reduce the threat of trash bags, rats, and other vermin, especially in NYCHA buildings. And we'd like to stress, in addition to all the testimony we heard today, that in addition to infestations and disease vectors, omnipresent garbage bags also present a major physical barrier to safe sidewalk and street access for hundreds of thousands or even millions of New Yorkers with disabilities. We also urge the City Council to push the city to ensure a timely and robust implementation of the Commercial Waste Zones Law. That's Local Law 199 of 2019. It's been delayed for 2 years now. And as the commercial sector, our businesses for the first time are going to be required, and there's going to be enforcement of things like composting rules. It's really urgent that we implement this commercial landmark reform as well. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify and for the spirited rally yesterday, Chair Nurse. I'll end my testimony there and submit the rest in writing. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We will now call on Linda Nugan of Align, followed by Carlos Castel-Croke, the New York League of Conservation Voters, followed by Lonnie Portis of We Act. Linda Nugan, you may begin when the sergeant calls time.
Time starts now.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Linda Wing, and I'm the Senior Research and Policy Analyst at Align, the Alliance for Greater New York. Align leads the New York Transform Don't Trash Coalition, a citywide partnership of environmental justice communities, unions, and safe street advocates working to create good jobs and clean, safer communities for all New Yorkers. I want to thank Chair Nurse for your leadership on this issue and for the committee for holding this hearing, as well as the steadfast collaboration with Department of Sanitation and their staff there. Since the start of the pandemic, sanitation services have been one of the first to experience budget cuts or even total suspension, despite impacting every single neighborhood across the city. We saw this during the past 2 years of the COVID-19 pandemic, when critical programs like the commercial waste zones, basket service, and community composting were deprioritized and underfunded, all resulting in dirtier streets, a dramatic rise of litter and rodent complaints, and lower quality of life for all New Yorkers. Our city is in a sanitation crisis, and we cannot wait any longer for action. The proposed budget cuts to the Department of Sanitation will exacerbate this crisis. And while the TDT Coalition is heartened to see the establishment of Commercial Waste Division in the preliminary budget, we're urging the city to implement the commercial waste zones as soon as possible and to restore and expand DSNY's budget to ensure vital sanitation services are able to operate at pre-pandemic levels. Doing so will allow the city to reach its zero waste goals and to improve health and safety. Our city faces a unique opportunity to transform our waste management systems, and investing in proven strategies is the first step. When fully implemented, commercial waste zones will take 18 million diesel truck miles off New York City streets increase recycling and waste reduction standards, create green career jobs, and make our city safer and cleaner. It is critical that the city fully implements commercial waste zones as soon as possible to expand and create new opportunities for minority and women-owned businesses, address legacies of environmental racism, and tackle the public health and sanitation crises we're met with today. Lastly, I just want to touch on the curbside organics recycling program. This stands to be the largest opportunity for our city to invest in jobs in the waste industry. Organic waste makes up 1/3 of our city's waste stream and has a significant impact on climate, jobs, and revenue. Expanding organics recycling will divert a significant amount of waste away from landfills, create more good local jobs for New Yorkers, and has the potential to earn over $20 million in revenue each year. The TDT Coalition urges the city to implement commercial waste zones as soon as possible and to restore and expand DSNY's budget to ensure vital sanitation services are operating at pre-pandemic levels. We appreciate the effort the DSNY staff has engaged in engaging all stakeholders to advance vital sanitation programs, and we look forward to working with the new committee to continue this important work. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now call on Carlos Castel-Croke, followed by Lonnie Portis, followed by Nora Josum of BK Rod. Carlos Castel-Croke, you may begin when the sergeant calls time.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Carlos Castel-Croke, and I'm the Associate for New York City Programs at the New York League of Conservation Voters. NYLCV represents over 30,000 members in New York City, and we are committed to advancing a sustainability agenda that will make our people, our neighborhoods, and our economy healthier and more resilient. I'd like to thank Chair Nurse and everyone on the committee for the opportunity to testify today. At NYLCV, we firmly believe that a comprehensive and eco-friendly waste management system is essential to the cleanliness and health of our city. We've recognized this through plans and initiatives like 0 by 30, commercial waste zones, and the curbside composting pilot. Drastically reducing our waste, creating efficient collection systems, and expanding recycling programs will help to decrease climate change-inducing emissions and keep trash from piling up on our sidewalks. Therefore, we were disheartened to see the composting program expansion cut in the mayor's preliminary budget. This program was implemented with the intention of expanding it to the entire city, but over the past years, it has been heavily neglected. We know from previous recycling suspensions that the city struggles to regain lost ground. People often lose good habits that they build when programs are stopped. Yet another shift in the composting program as it slowly makes its way back will only cause further confusion and regression on our climate goals. We must see the continued expansion of the program along with other common sense waste management programs that continue to reduce waste, emissions, and unhealthy norms. In addition to composting, we must adopt design guidelines for buildings and implement containerization on our streets to streamline waste collection and prevent buildup on our sidewalks and trash rooms. We also need to adopt more single-use reduction measures, such as skip the stuff, and invest in public education programs to teach residents how to waste less and how to take advantage of the city's various laws and programs. We should also establish a multitude of approaches to organic waste management, not just with our curbside pilot, but also with public-private partnerships and community composting drop-off sites. We hope that when the council releases their budget response, it will be true to the commitments many made around expanding composting in the city and fund the expansion of the current program. We look forward to working with the council and this committee to push forward the policies and programs I mentioned in order to advance our waste reduction goals and climate goals. And as the chair has eloquently put it, get sanitation done. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now call on Lonnie Portis, followed by Nora Josum, followed by Claire Mifflin, the Center for Zero Waste Design. Lonnie Portis, you may begin when the sergeant calls time.
Time starts now.
Thank you, Committee Chair Nurse, for the opportunity to testify on the matter of clean streets and expanding vital sanitation services. We Act for Environmental Justice, an organization based in Harlem, has been fighting environmental racism at the city, state, and federal levels for more than 30 years. We've used collaborative problem-solving techniques to address the problems of inappropriate garbage disposal and rampant rodent and roach infestation in northern Manhattan in order to reduce negative health impact from garbage and pests in the community. I'm Lonnie J. Portis. I'm the Environmental Policy and Advocacy Coordinator at We Act, and I routinely analyze New York City policies and programs for equity, climate justice, and I co-lead a group of community members mobilized around waste and sanitation problems in Northern Manhattan. Much of the food waste goes to landfills, release methane, contributing to climate change. And I wanted to remind this committee that in 2020, then Speaker Corey Johnson released a comprehensive city council plan to combat climate change. And within that plan, he recognized that a key strategy for the city was to mandate citywide curbside organic separation and collection. We was disappointed to hear that the city plans to suspend the expansion of its composting program. Food attracts rats and tear open bags and leaving litter on the streets. Improved sanitation has significant impact not only on health, but on social and economic development. Northern Manhattan residents need more sanitation pickup, better receptacles for trash, and compliance by owners that they keep sidewalks clean. We urge the Committee on Sanitation and Solid Waste Management to assess the city's previous pilot curbside composting program for what went right and wrong, and consider lessons from successful mandatory curbside composting programs in other jurisdictions, develop an equitable, comprehensive plan to get organics out of trash bags, and pilot solutions for all types of buildings, especially under-resourced buildings with insufficient labor or space. And we also want to council to address the inequities in street and sidewalk cleanliness throughout the city. Our members have consistently mentioned that the stark difference between the cleanliness of the streets and sidewalks of the Upper East Side and Upper West Side compared to Northern Manhattan. As one member put it, enough is enough, and totally unfair that Harlem is neglected when many other parts of Manhattan are provided sanitation services. In October 2021, for a similar oversight hearing, our members identified the dirtiest blocks of Northern Manhattan that are littered with Black garbage bags containing food waste, overflowing trash bins, and animal waste. This list, along with photos, have been submitted in my written testimony. Thank you again, Committee Chair Sandy Nurse and Committee on Sanitation and Solid Waste Management for holding this hearing and allowing We Act to testify on such an important topic.
Thank you for your testimony. We would now like to call on Nora Josom, followed by Claire Mifflin, followed by Robert Camacho. Nora Josom, you may begin when the sergeant calls time.
Time starts now.
Thank you so much, Chair Nurse, and all the City Council members for being here today. I have the privilege of working with BK Rot, a composting microhauler serving Bushwick, Bed-Stuy, Williamsburg, Ridgewood, and North Crown Heights, that was founded in the knowledge that Black and Brown and immigrant communities are most often at the front line of critical effects of the climate crisis and the least served by design. No one wants waste and emissions stockpiled in their community. What we need is to invest in dignified wages, working conditions, and infrastructure for hauling organics sustainably. This is the model that BK Rot takes, paying young workers aged 16 to 25 from the neighborhood to haul organic waste on bicycles from local residences and businesses, processing it locally and returning high-quality compost to gardens, trees, and neighbors. When we talk about sanitation, we're talking about the values of our city. When we talk about green jobs, we're talking about investment in our workers, in our young people, and in our local economy. When we talk about composting, we're talking about the need to shift our practices away from disposability and toward regeneration. The stakes are this high when we talk about the need to invest in organics recycling. The current curbside composting program is yielding results that make it seem quote unquote symbolic because it is optional. It excludes many disenfranchised environmental justice neighborhoods, and it's rolled out and rolled back in confusing ways. And most community composting runs on volunteers without sufficient space or funds to take it seriously as a sanitation solution. But look at what an organization like BK Rot can do. Last year alone, we diverted over 163 tons of organic waste from landfills through our food scrap drop-off and our sliding scale pickup service while committing to fossil fuel-free hauling and paid labor. Imagine what it could look like if instead of cutting back the budget for composting initiatives, the city were to step forward and commit to focusing on these local, low emissions responses to hauling. Imagine if the city were to pave the way in modeling what a mandatory organics recycling policy could look like for a city of 8 million. And it's not only through imagination. Look at the examples you have in your backyard. There are hundreds of food scrap drop-offs and a handful of nonprofits funded through DSNY and more local composters who do not yet receive this much needed support. Our fellow micro haulers, composters, and our future composters need more support, not less, to take strides towards a just transition. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now call on Claire Mifflin, followed by Robert Camacho, followed by Justin Green. Claire Mifflin, you may begin when the sergeant calls time.
Time starts now.
Thank you. I'm Claire Mifflin, Executive Director of the nonprofit Center for Zero Waste Design and part of the Save Our Compost advocacy group. Thank you for this opportunity. Universal and mandatory organics collection is essential to meet climate, livability, and equity goals. The current stop and start funding and siloed approach where Parks plans to evict successful city-funded compost operations is never going to lead to success. Organics collection needs to be considered a climate resilience and livability solution, not just a waste problem. Most importantly, the city needs to develop a comprehensive plan to reach affordable, equitable, and mandatory organic waste collection citywide. We've outlined ideas for this in our Put Waste to Work for Vibrant Streetscapes, Green Jobs, and Healthy Neighborhoods plan, outlining strategies which bring many benefits, including reduced litter, rats, and increased social and physical resilience. But the plan can only be implemented with leadership, collaboration, pilots, and evaluation. Current DSNY pilots are far too small. More funding is required to ramp them up, and that requires leadership from the mayor to ensure the necessary collaboration of other city agencies and private stakeholders essential for their success. For example, equipment can reduce the volume of organic waste by 90% in 24 hours, creating organic fertilizer. But installing these in buildings is unnecessarily expensive because DOB won't allow them to be vented to the plumbing stack. Zoning restrictions for sharing roll-off containers or for composting in many areas in the city need to be solved by city planning. And while clean curbs enclosures can work for low to mid-density neighborhoods, we need other solutions for denser neighborhoods. Many of these buildings already bring up waste in wheeled containers, transfer bags to piles on the sidewalk, and then they're hand-loaded into trucks by DSNY. This big back-breaking work could be avoided by using semi-automated trucks, which directly empty the building's containers in a fraction of the time, like in most cities elsewhere. DSNY could pilot this immediately by adding hoists for rear-loading containers to their trucks. Rationalizing collection schedules, for example, cutting back on 3 times a week garbage pickup in low-density residential blocks, and increasing recycling and organics pickup citywide, especially high-density neighborhoods, can further increase collection efficiencies and improve streetscapes. Lastly, the city needs to recognize and support the many benefits from composting operations citywide and expand funding for local composting of all types from BK Rock to New York City Compost Project, support for all types and funding for some, to increase social and physical resilience, allowing green spaces to act as sponges, reducing flooding and cooling the city in the summer. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now call on Robert Camacho, followed by Justin Green of Big Reuse, followed by Meredith Danberg Ficarelli of Common Ground Compost LLC. Robert Camacho, you may begin when the sergeant calls time.
Time starts now.
How you doing? My name is Robert Camacho. I don't have those fancy readings and notes that a lot of people have. All I have is past histories, living in Bushwick, where nobody wanted to be here, where we had vacant lots, we had cars, we had abandoned cars, fires, Bushwick was burning, and we needed the services now. I don't think that sanitation should be cutting anything. If the city really needs money, What they need to do is start giving tickets to those cars when the sweeper come by with out-of-state license plates that stay parked and don't move at all. And make sure that we get that sweeper to pass by to make sure, because constantly I see on my block, no one moves their cars now. So we need to give them tickets and start towing. But we can't go only that way. We got sanitations doing their best in what they have. We really need to make sure that all the services that they have be giving to community like ours. Because I hear everybody saying Latinos and Blacks, but guess what? I am a Latino. And we really need to bring those services back to this community that's been suffering for so long. They take the 2 and 3 family homes and they make it 25 families, and now we got more garbage. And there's no one teaching these new developments that we can live in to turn around and recycle and do all the stuff that they do. Everything is thrown in the street. And so we really need to also to help the 2 or 3 family homes out, because some of us that do have those homes can't afford to continue to do the organics or to do. If someone would teach us and train us, a lot of us are old timers that been here and don't know. And now everything is changing. We want to learn to help out too and be part and help the service. But we really need sanitation. We don't need no more cuts. We already had our fair share cuts, especially community like ours. So we really need you guys to work hard and bring services back to this community, because all this fine and dandy, you do all these hearings, but we want you to put the pillar to the pole. And I know Sandy Nurse, I know you can do it, Madam Chair. I know you can push these people to make sure they don't take away from Bushwick, because we've been suffering. We still are suffering with this COVID and this pandemic and our people dying. We really need to keep the services here. Those rats are getting bigger. They're not getting any smaller. Those rats are huge now. Before they were little mice, now all of a sudden. So we really need sanitation not to be cut. You talk about NYCC buildings. We live right around the NYCC buildings. They need themselves employees to pick up, because there's no more drop sites anymore. They take it to a solid area to pick up. So sanitation, all they pick is a cubic yard container. So we really need to do that in regards to funding NYCC. Latinos and Blacks that live in Section 8 houses, we really need to turn around. So please bring the money back home. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now call on Justin Green of Big Reuse, followed by Meredith Danberg Ficarelli of Common Ground Compost, followed by Renee Crowley of the Lower East Side Ecology Center. Justin Green, you may begin when the sergeant calls time.
Time starts now.
Hi, my name is Justin Green. I'm the Executive Director of Big Reuse. Big Reuse is an environmental nonprofit working to achieve zero waste, fight climate change, and create green jobs. I want to thank Chair Nurse for having this hearing and all of her work over many years for equity and environmental justice and the rally yesterday. I want to thank New York City Council for ongoing visionary leadership in making New York City greener. And I want to thank Department of Sanitation for all their work. I mean, they've been incredibly innovative over the years in funding community composting, rolling out opt-in plans, and sort of rolling with all the changes over the past years to get curbside composting, community composting off the ground. Big Reuse currently collects from 72 food scraps across the city. We process those food scraps at our 2 community composting sites in Queens and Brooklyn, almost 2 million pounds a year. And then we then give that compost back to the city for greening projects in parks with Green Thumb and Street Tree Care. It's important, we're part of a much larger effort that involves 7 other nonprofits and dozens of community gardens across the city that are supported and funded by Department of Sanitation's Community Compost Project, which the budget threatens that funding for. So we're asking the City Council to make sure the community composting programs are fully funded in next year's budget. We also know, as we've been running these programs for a decade, and we know they're essential to providing like the most sustainable and local solutions, but we also know that we can't scale up to compost all of the city's waste. And it's essential that the city start to provide citywide mandatory composting that reaches every neighborhood, it reaches all schools, and requires both and all businesses to compost in order to achieve the climate change gas emission reductions that the city needs to prevent climate change. Also, currently the waste that we send out of the city goes to pollute other communities. It gets incinerated in Newark. It goes into landfills in poor communities in West Virginia, and it's unjust. So not only are we contributing to climate change, we're polluting other communities by not handling that material in a sustainable and equitable manner. So it is essential that we roll out the citywide curbside program as soon as possible. And towards that goal, it's important to keep the opt-in program funded and going. It's an easy step from that opt-in program to mandatory composting, and it's a way to sort of pilot the program and get it started, keep getting it started and not slow the progress that's been made. And finally, we'd like to see the city
Time expired.
ensure that Parks continues to cooperate with community composters and integrate our operations into theirs. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now call on Meredith Danberg Ficarelli of Common Ground Compost, followed by Renee Crowley of Lower East Side Ecology Center, followed by Sarah Lind of Open Plans. Meredith Danberg Ficarelli, you may begin when the sergeant calls time.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Meredith Danberg Ficarelli. I am the Executive Director of Common Ground Compost LLC, member of the Save Our Compost Advocacy operation, and a board member of the U.S. Composting Council. Thank you for giving us all the time to testify. Chair Nurse, it's so good to see you in your new seat, and it's amazing to see the new and existing council members here present. Thank you so much for sharing. It's excellent to see all this support, and friends and trashy colleagues, et cetera. Thank you all for your testimony. I completely agree with so much of what's already been said. So I'll just dive into it. I'm going to be a bit more general here, and I'm really excited for other members of my team to join in later. Climate change mitigation is not short-term policy. This administration's choice to spend its finite funds on climate smart policy is a commitment to New Yorkers of the future. As was shown in the IPCC report released this past Monday, the impacts of climate change are hitting communities faster and harder than expected, and the impacts are being felt now. The United Nations Secretary General called the IPCC report an atlas of human suffering and a damning indictment of failed climate leadership, in the way that it speaks to the absolute failure of leaders today to make decisions that allow citizens of the world to contribute and pull back, to contribute and participate in weaving the fabric of a livable earth that supports all life. Continued inaction and pullback of social and financial support amplifies risk and promises more suffering to be concentrated on the most vulnerable and most financially insecure individuals in our global community. It's unacceptable to place the blame for a failed city program on a public that was not adequately informed of their options, the benefits of the program, or how to participate. As zero waste educators, we often tell people that recycling is confusing and it is not their fault. I'll speak directly to the mayor here and say our country does not have consistent culture of recycling, and that is not your fault. But New York City New York City has an incredibly strong foundation of institutional knowledge and of privately and publicly owned infrastructure that allows our city to stand out as one that has already begun to build a localized and semi-decentralized circular economy. We have passionate people who have worked for decades to grow the social awareness that parallels physical infrastructure, and we do not have time for reckless fiscal decisions to halt our progress. Stop holding our future hostage by defunding waste diversion initiatives, and let us build the infrastructure that we need to support our future. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now call on Renee Crowley of the Lower East Side Ecology Center, followed by Sarah Lind of Open Plans, followed by David Hurd of Grow NYC. Renee Crowley. You may begin when the sergeant calls time.
Time starts now.
Great. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon now, and thank you to Chair Sandy Nurse for holding this hearing and for the work of the Department of Sanitation and all the support of the zero waste programs over the many, many years. My name is Renee Crowley, and I'm representing the Lower East Side Ecology Center. We started our community-based recycling programs in 1987 by recycling paper, bottles, and cans before a municipal recycling program existed. And currently, we provide opportunities for New Yorkers to compost their food scraps and recycle their electronic waste. And we run a bunch of educational and stewardship programs as well. And it's throughout these 30 plus years that one thing has never changed. Each year, more and more New Yorkers are interested in adopting more sustainable practices through their own waste management. And as an organization, we are more than happy to provide these services and love the work we do in ways that we can connect with people through this. But we need citywide programs in order to meet the demands that exist throughout the 5 boroughs. So we have 4 critical asks for the fiscal year 23 budget. The city needs to continue in support for community composting programs. Over the last year, we have seen participation at the food scrap drop-off sites that we run grow more so than any other year before, and we receive endless requests for compost education programs as well. We urge that the city not only maintain the fiscal year 22 level of funding at $7 million, but to expand funding to account for the growth and demand for these community composting programs that are run by Grow NYC and the New York City Compost Project partners, which the Ecology Center is a part of. The city must also continue to the expansion of the curbside composting program to keep up with the momentum that we're just starting to get back into. The start and stop nature of this program has led to more confusion, reduction in the participation, and has really questioned the trust of the city waste diversion programs. And this really cannot go on like this. Thirdly, the city needs to create an achievable plan for a citywide universal organics collection program. By scaling up this program to be citywide, we believe that it will not only save the city money and waste disposal costs, but will bring environmental justice to communities by reducing truck traffic to waste transfer stations, creating local green jobs, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And lastly, the city needs to expand access to electronic waste recycling. New York City residents are currently faced with few options for responsible recycling of electronic waste, and the fiscal year 23 budget needs to support opportunities for electronics recycling through its safe events, hazardous waste drop-off centers, and even bringing back the curbside pickups. So by supporting these 4 items in the fiscal year 23 budget, the city can get closer towards achieving its zero waste goals and realizing true environmental justice. Thank you all for creating the opportunity to share our thoughts on the fiscal year 23 budget. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now call on Sarah Lind of Open Plans, followed by David Hurd of Grow NYC, followed by Kate Wimsat of Grow NYC. Sarah Lind, you may begin when the sergeant calls time.
Time starts now.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Chair Nurse, for holding this hearing. It's wonderful to see you in this position. My name is Sarah Lind, and I'm the Director of Policy at Open Plans. We are an organization dedicated to making our streets safe, equitable, and livable. Livable streets are not covered in trash. Livable sidewalks are not piled high with garbage bags, forcing pedestrians to squeeze through and making it particularly difficult for New Yorkers with mobility issues, and setting out a buffet for rats. We know from cities around the country and around the world that there is a better way. Organics collection should not only be reinstated, but should be made mandatory and citywide. This is how we'll create efficiencies and participation. We know from the implementation of recycling collection that making it mandatory and citywide is the best, the only way to really make it work. Stopping and starting the program and only allowing it in some places confuses users and discourages participation. Furthermore, getting organics out of plastic bags and into hard containers is the best way to deprive rats of their primary source of food. But it's not just organics that should be containerized. All of our trash and recycling should be as well. Using our curbside space, which is public space, for trash containerization and collection will benefit the entire city and all residents. Whereas the current focus on free storage for private vehicles is a privatization of public space that only benefits a few. We also want to emphasize that these changes would be beneficial for our frontline sanitation workers. Sanitation workers face some of the highest rates of injury on the job. squeezing between parked cars to grab bags of trash off the sidewalks is needlessly hard work. Containerized organics, trash, and recycling in the roadbed at the curb would make collection much easier, faster, and safer. And we can make this transition while providing job security for sanitation workers. On alternate side parking, we also want to echo what the commissioner said earlier. The $65 ticket for not moving your vehicle for street sweeping is seen by many as simply the cost of free parking on our city's streets. Higher tickets and better enforcement could help ensure that people actually move their cars so that our streets can be kept clean. But we also encourage the city and council members to think hard about the high cost of free parking to every single city resident, most of whom do not own cars. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now hear from David Hurd of Grow NYC, followed by Kate Wimsatt of Grow NYC, followed by Jasmine McPherson of the Queens Solid Waste Advisory Board. David Hurd, you may begin when the sergeant calls time.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, Chair Nurse and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I am David Hurd, Director of Zero Waste Programs at Grow NYC, a nonprofit that has played a pivotal role in improving the environmental quality of life in New York City for over 50 years. Since 2006, when Grow NYC Zero Waste Programs were established, we have worked tirelessly with the New York City Department of Sanitation to achieve the city's zero waste goals. We are disappointed that the preliminary budget suspends expansion of the curbside compost program and reduces fiscal 22 budget allocations for community composting by 50%, where Grow NYC plays an important role. Simply put, community composting works. Since the council restored our funding in fiscal 22, Grow NYC and the New York City Compost Project have collectively established over 200 food scrap collection sites citywide, operate in 57 of the city's 59 community districts, and we are now only 3 clusters short of meeting the city's goal of 1 food scrap drop-off site per 50,000 residents in each borough. And the response from New Yorkers has been phenomenal. Participation and tonnages at our sites have increased 40 to 50% over pre-pandemic levels. In December of 2021, Grow NYC and the New York City Compost Project collected 92% of the tonnage collected on the 7 curbside compost routes combined. Grow NYC has already diverted almost 1.6 million pounds of food scraps this fiscal year and are nearing a milestone of diverting 20 million pounds, 10,000 tons of food scraps from landfills since we began our program in 2011. If the city eliminates funding for expanding curbside composting, community-based food scrap drop-off sites become even more essential and will need to be expanded. However, while the compost project is currently baselined in the proposed fiscal 23 budget, funding for Grow NYC is not, effectively eliminating our compost program, our popular stop and swap program, and funding for Grow NYC's Zero Waste Schools, a high-impact program that builds environmental leadership amongst New York City public school students and diverts school waste along DSNY school organics routes. In addition to meeting the city's 0 by 30 goals, funding for community composting has added public benefits, including street tree care events, educational programming at Grow NYC and compost project sites, free compost giveaways, and the Master Composter program. Our presence in the city's public spaces is vital to educate the public and build their trust in municipal recycling and composting programs. Reducing funding for community composting would force many of our sites to close, once again diminishing the public's confidence in these programs. We cannot continue to stop and start these programs if we expect buy-in from the public when we do achieve citywide mandatory curbside compost collections. We encourage City Council to support mandatory citywide curbside composting so it becomes an essential service that reaches all New Yorkers in the same way recycling does. Curtailing funding for curbside composting and reduced funding for community composting will have long-term negative implications, undermining the city's zero waste goals and delaying environmental justice. We respectfully request that the City Council includes $10 million for the New York City Compost Project and Grow NYC in the fiscal 23 budget to maintain and expand the city's network of community-based food scrap drop-off sites. Further, we encourage City Council to provide funding for an implementation plan for mandatory citywide curbside compost collections because like recycling, it takes time to build a successful program. This is the only way for composting to become both cost-effective and equitable to all New Yorkers. Without these programs, the city will fall short of its 0 by 30 goals. I would like to thank Chairperson Nurse and the committee for this opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now call on Kate Wimsatt of Grow NYC, followed by Jasmine McPherson of the Queens Solid Waste Advisory Board, followed by Allison Allen of the Manhattan Solid Waste Advisory Board. Kate Wimsatt, you may begin when the sergeant calls time.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Nurse and the members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify in support of extending funding for composting and composting education in the fiscal 23 preliminary budget. And thank you for the support that you have shown for New York City composting programs over the years. I'm Kate Wimsatt, Director of Zero Waste Schools at Grow NYC, a nonprofit that has played a pivotal role in improving the environmental quality of life in New York City for over 50 years. And like my colleague, David Hurd, I'm here to express our disappointment that the preliminary budget once again slashes funding curbside compost programming, including no allocation for essential educational programs to support New York City public schools to help them achieve zero waste goals. Since 2011, Grow NYC Zero Waste Schools has partnered with DSNY and the DOE to provide educational and operational support to pre-K through 12 public schools across all 5 boroughs. Our programming has been instrumental in increasing recycling and curbside compost collection rates in the largest school system in the United States, preparing the next generation of New Yorkers by providing them with the tools and understand the importance of waste reduction, composting, and recycling, and effectively practice these critical behaviors. Our work has had a measurable impact. From fiscal year 15 to 19, schools that have received Grow NYC's support improved their organics tonnages 103% compared to a 22% improvement along other other school compost collection routes during that same time. MGPC tonnages improved by 74%, the schools receiving support, while decreased 7% along other routes. Currently, 924 out of the 1,876 New York City schools receive DSNY curbside composting collection. To reach New York City zero waste goals and to achieve equity, all schools must be enrolled in the service while receiving the necessary support to do so successfully. Grow NYC Zero Waste Schools provided that support at all 130 schools included in the curbside composting expansion in fiscal year 19. At the time of school closures on March 16, 2020, those schools were performing very well, with 80% of schools achieving less than 25% compost and MGPC contamination, a remarkable achievement that would have been improved had we been able to finish out that year. The immeasurable impact of our programming is as significant, perhaps more so. Each day we encounter New York City students eager to learn how they can make a difference. As climate change awareness increases, so does the climate distress and anxiety, a real and concerning issue for our youth. By providing opportunities for students to express their ideas, to create change in their schools, and participate in citywide programming that reduces climate impact, students have an outlet for action, which is essential to reducing climate anxiety. This year, one of our outreach coordinators was reacquainted with a young man they first met when he was a member of his middle school Green Team. 3 years and 1 pandemic later, our staff member was thrilled to see that this student is now a leader of his high school Green Team. The student, Marquise, especially appreciates learning about compost and seeing decomposition in action. When asked the reason he keeps coming back to the Green Team, he responded, "Because it helps me with my mental stress and helps make the environment safer." It's crucial that City Council take action, demonstrating to students across the city that adults in leadership are serious about tackling the climate crisis that directly impacts their future. Through increasing accessibility to curbside compost collection programs in schools and in the community, we respectfully request that City Council allocates $10 million in fiscal year 23 budget for the New York City Compost Project, Grow NYC Zero Waste programs, including the Compost Program and Stop and Swap, and funding for Grow NYC Zero Waste Schools program, a high impact program that builds environmental leadership among New York City public school students. I'd like to thank Chairperson Nurse and the committee for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now call on Jasmine McPherson of the Queens Solid Waste Advisory Board, followed by Allison Allen of the Manhattan Solid Waste Advisory Board, followed by Alexander Hunt of the Doe Fund. Jasmine McPherson, you may begin when the sergeant calls time.
Time starts now.
Thank you for your time and for holding this meeting. I am a committee member of QSWAB. I'm an active volunteer at multiple New York City compost projects funded by DSNY and a community gardener as well. I also teach middle schoolers on environmental justice. As much as I love seeing all these advocates to promote clean energy and revitalizing our environment from the decades of negative environmental impact that we've done ourselves, unfortunately, we need more people to see the funding cut on programs that have been established for over 29 years, that have hold deep roots in our community. The advocacy and industrialness of those we have trained have paved the way for curbside organics collection and created food farming and composting entrepreneurs is very sad for me. I would like to see that you guys would not cut funding for community gardens to get composting done as well as starting curbside. Living in a place that has environmental justice issues in Queens and seeing the impact of not having curbside, also having illegal dumping still happening as well, and nothing being done unless the community reacts to it, is very unfortunate to me. So I would like for you guys to not cut the budget, and to help expand more green jobs as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now call on Allison Allen of the Manhattan Solid Waste Advisory Board, followed by Alexander Hunt of the Doe Fund, followed by Lisa Bloodgood of North Brooklyn Neighbors. Allison Allen, you may begin when the sergeant calls time.
Time starts now.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak today. I'm a member of the Manhattan Solid Waste Advisory Board and chair of its Organics Committee. There's a critical need for expanding vital sanitation services to include mandatory organics collection citywide for a number of very important reasons. Although the mayor recently requested cuts to the program, mandatory composting is an essential service required in order to advance the city's zero waste by 2030 goals, combat climate change, ensure environmental justice, and deter rats. The mayor noted that the current participation is low and the program needs to be fixed, which of course is not surprising, as the starting and stopping of our composting program that resulted from COVID budget cuts resulted in confusion, broken habits, which set participation levels back. So we cannot continue to start and stop these essential climate mitigation programs. Participation in the brown bin program is voluntary, which also prevents full participation. We constantly hear from people that want to compost, but their building management refuses to enroll. So as long as composting remains voluntary, building management will continue to be an obstacle. In addition, the program was not adequately funded or well publicized. There is lack of communication and outreach to the general public explaining the reasons why and how they should separate their food waste. The financial impact of the program also needs to be reevaluated. The SWAB has done some analysis that shows the current policy of exporting 1 million tons of organics material annually creates significant fiscal, environmental, social, and opportunity costs for the city. The cost of not having a mandatory program is actually greater than the cost of having a mandatory program when the economic, social, and climate impacts are all taken into account. And the additional reasons that should resonate with the mayor include that composting's contribution to soil health. The mayor's plant-based diet is well known, but the healthy vegetables he endorses require healthy soil to grow. Compost is that soil amendment that nourishes the soil naturally without pesticides. Composting helps the planet, as food waste, when sent to landfills, decomposes and emits harmful greenhouse gases. Composting is one easy thing everyone can do right now to combat climate change. That message really needs to get out there. Environmental justice is another important reason for the mandatory program. If you look at the districts currently receiving service, you'll see the huge disparity in the demographics for those receiving service compared to the New York City population overall. NYCHA must also be included in that. We can take steps to combat rats by promoting the brown bins, which are rat-proof when used properly. As the city looks at the options for containerizing waste, we should start by maximizing the free brown bin option that exists now and seek stronger integration with the Department of Health's rat portal and complaint process. So we'll not come close to our zero waste by 2030 goals without mandatory citywide organics, and we look forward to sharing additional information with you all. And thank you to everyone participating today and for your support.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now call on Alexander Hunt of the Doe Fund, followed by Lisa Bloodgood of North Brooklyn Neighbors, followed by Larry Marcus of eCube Labs. Alexander Hunt, you may begin when the sergeant calls time.
Time starts now.
All right, thank you. My name is Alex Hunt, Vice President of Business Operations and Development for the Doe Fund, which provides human services for folks returning from incarceration or experiencing homelessness, which are often one and the same. For your consideration of the city's sanitation needs, I want to briefly highlight the City Cleanup Corps' positive impact beyond sanitation services as you consider its future place in the city sanitation management. Through our own participation in the City Cleanup Corps efforts, we've been able to create 100 full-time positions involved in supplemental sanitation, which supports the work done by the Department of Sanitation through consolidating and bagging loose litter from sidewalks, curbs, and tree pits in neighborhoods all across the 5 boroughs, many of which are chronically receive too little attention and suffer under severe litter conditions. I'm here to encourage you to consider that support for this program's continuity does more than continue support for the much needed sanitation services. It also supports much needed human services like those offered by the Doe Fund and its peer organizations also participating in the City Cleanup Corps, which improves the quality of life for many New Yorkers through greater access to opportunity and for all New Yorkers through cleaner streets. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now call on Lisa Bloodgood of North Brooklyn Neighbors, followed by Larry Marcus of EQ Labs, followed by Irene Van Slyke of Sierra Club New York City Group. Lisa Bloodgood, you may begin when the sergeant calls time.
Time starts now.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to share testimony today. I am thrilled to be able to speak to this body and excited to welcome the new leadership and new members. My name is Lisa Bloodgood, and I'm the Executive Director of North Brooklyn Neighbors, a community organization located in Brooklyn's Community Board 1, encompassing and serving the neighborhoods of Greenpoint and Williamsburg. Sanitation issues have been and continue to be of particular concern to our community. Our organization was founded 28 years ago to fight the illegal waste transfer stations on our waterfront. Since then, our neighborhood has remained overburdened and continues to feel the impacts of New York City's trash and waste more heavily than most other neighborhoods. As estimated in the 2019 report, Trashing New York's Neighborhoods, put out by Transform Don't Trash, approximately 1,700 tons of commercial waste alone transited through North Brooklyn daily. The accompanying air pollution, traffic, and noise is harmful to our community's health and environment. We are therefore very interested in decisions made about sanitation issues in our city. Of particular concern to us is the fate of the city's organics programs. As I'm sure you know, the potential to divert around a third of the city's waste would be meaningful in so many ways. Not only would fewer trucks rumble through our neighborhood streets moving to and from waste transfer stations, but the benefits of organics recycling through reductions in methane emissions generated from landfills are global and critical in continuing the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. We are very concerned about the mayor's proposed 50% cut to the community composting program and ask that it be fully funded. For years, this program has not only been diverting organic wastes from landfills, but has been processing food scraps and creating compost, an incredibly valuable resource. This compost has benefited city parks, community gardens, individuals, and perhaps most importantly, has sequestered carbon in our city soil and benefited our urban forest. The proposed cuts would be devastating to the groups currently working on continuing on community composting and that have done so much to build, maintain, and grow enthusiasm and buy-in to composting in the city of New York and remain one of the city's best avenues to promote organics recycling. Additionally, we ask that the committee carefully consider and push back against the proposed cuts to the curbside compost program. The mayor has dismissively called the program symbolic, and we would ask that the committee consider why the program may not be as successful as it could be and work to address those problems and fix what could be truly a phenomenal and meaningful program. Curbside composting in North Brooklyn was rolled out as a pilot program with pickup and rules for services continually changed. Pickups were frequently missed, and then the program was abruptly paused as COVID hit. Later, residents were asked to opt in to a curbside program, which most of the city does not have access to, and that has been perceived as constantly being in danger of being canceled once again. History shows us that these suspensions and changes to service do not have temporary effects, but do in fact
do long-term damage to the success if not addressed. So let's not take organics further down this path. And I will stop there and submit the rest of my testimony written. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now hear from Larry Marcus of eCube Labs, followed by Irene Van Slyke of Sierra Club, followed by Bonnie Lane Weber of Sierra Club. Larry Marcus, you may begin when the sergeant calls time.
Time starts now.
Larry, one moment, you need to be unmuted.
Hello. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. You may proceed.
Okay. Yes, you can hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. You may begin your
sorry.
testimony. That's okay.
Okay, good. I'm sort of new to Zoom. I'm old, but I'm new to Zoom. So eCube Labs, Councilperson Menon brought up Big Belly. Well, that's our competitor. And I used to work for Big Belly. We don't consider our technology just to be another bin solution, as Commissioner Grayson had mentioned. I want to center really quickly, I want to center on Midtown Manhattan. So from 53rd Street to 57th, from 6th to 10th, there's wire baskets, there's garbage everywhere. Trust me, I know. There are compactors from 34th Street to 53rd Street and the streets. And we're talking about the Garment Center, Times Square, and the streets are clean. So I've reread and rewritten my speech about 20 times waiting. So the technology works. How am I getting my point across? Anyway, I need an appointment. What I need is an appointment with someone to sit down and talk about it, because we can solve the problem of trash on the streets this year, right now. Everyone talks about the future. The future is now. And I am in a wheelchair and I'm in every corner in Midtown, and we have a bad problem. But we have the technology to fix it. And I support composting, by the way. And we have the technology right now, and it's not expensive. It's actually cheap, and I can prove it. So that's it. I'm sorry it was so jumbled, but if I had it stuck to my original notes, it would have been better. Anyway, thank you, and thanks to all of us that have waited patiently to speak.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now call on Irene Van Slyke of the Sierra Club, followed by Bonnie Lane Weber of the Sierra Club, followed by Jane Selden of 350 NYC. Irene Van Slyke, you may begin when the sergeant calls time.
Time starts now.
My name is Irene Van Slyke, testifying on behalf of the Sierra Club New York City group. The Sierra Club is a national environmental advocacy group with a membership of 15,000 in New York City. Thank you to Councilmember Nurse for your support of mandatory organic recycling. And it's wonderful to hear Commissioner Grayson talk so well about the mandatory program. We absolutely oppose the mayor's proposal to cut the sanitation budget. You cannot cut the budget if you want to get to zero waste, not to mention that cuts would make our city less attractive. Instead, the city should address the $432 million yearly ever-increasing cost of sending our waste to landfills in other states. To address this issue, our group worked with Nathaniel Jones, a graduate student of the New School, who wrote his master's thesis exploring the barriers and opportunities to increase the recycling and reuse of New York City's residential organic waste, and analyzed policy alternatives considering cost, time, effectiveness, equity, and feasibility. The study found that a mandatory organic waste program should be a priority because 34% of the garbage that New York City sends to landfills is organic waste. And most of the organic waste is generated by residential neighborhoods that accounted for more than 54% of the city's food waste. 4 options were considered. One was doing nothing and just pay for the yearly increases. 2 was to start a volume-based fee system known as pay as you throw. Number 3 was expanding the present organic waste drop-off locations that relies on volunteers or a mandatory curbside organic waste collection. We found that after 5 years, the effectiveness of a mandatory system would be high at 40%. Expanding the voluntary system after 2 years would grow to a measly 2.5%. The pay as you throw would take 9 years of implementation to reach a 10% effectiveness. A mandatory program is equitable because everybody has to participate. It reduces the cost of landfilling. It produces a useful product and it's good for the environment. And as we heard today, there is a lot of support by elected officials, the agency, and not-for-profit organizations. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now call on Bonnie Lane of Sierra Club, followed by Jane Selden, 350 NYC, followed by Debbie Lee Cohen of Cafeteria Culture. Bonnie Lane Weber, you may begin when the sergeant calls time.
Time starts now.
Hi there, I am from the Sierra Club, but I'm speaking as myself because I want to point out that we're talking about money, we're talking about the budget, and it takes money to make money. If we invested in the mandatory organic collection, the city could make money by doing that. Yes, it will take time, but it's not really even a risk investment. The other thing I want to say is I worked with Commissioner Grayson's mother, Pat Grayson. She was wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And there must be somebody from sanitation listening. So if you could ask Pat Grayson to give me a call, I'd love to take her to lunch or dinner or coffee or something. She's just wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now call on Jane Selden of 350 NYC, followed by Debbie Lee Cohen of Cafeteria Culture, followed by Joyce Bialik. Jane Selden, you may begin when the sergeant calls time.
Time starts now.
First, I'd like to thank Chairperson Nurse and members of the Sanitation and Solid Waste Committee for giving me an opportunity to speak today. My name is Jane Selden. I'm a retired CUNY Community College instructor and a member of 350 NYC and the PSC CUNY Environmental Justice Committee, which are both part of the Save Our Compost Coalition. I'm here today to express my opposition to the mayor's budget cuts to the DSNY's composting programs. I urge the City Council to work with the mayor to restore funding for the planned expansion of curbside composting, increase funding for the highly successful neighborhood composting programs, and commit to a plan to make composting mandatory citywide. For the past few years, I've been updating the 2 groups I'm affiliated with on waste issues, specifically plastic waste and organic waste. And the 2 couldn't be more different, even though they generally end up in the same place, which is landfill and incinerators. Plastic is sourced from fossil fuels and contains toxic chemicals. 92% of the plastic waste people deposit in the recycling bins can't be recycled and become part of the waste stream. On the other hand, organic waste shouldn't be viewed as waste at all, but as a valuable resource. It doesn't belong in landfill, which produces methane, a greenhouse gas with 80 times the global warming potential of CO2. It doesn't belong in the oversized plastic trash bags crowding our sidewalks where it attracts rats. Instead of providing nutrition for our seriously large rat population, it can be used to nutritionally enrich the soil of local parks, community gardens, street trees, and urban farms. And as the city faces rising sea levels and more frequent torrential downpours, compost can play a vital role in flood mitigation because of its ability to retain many times its weight in water. Finally, instead of transporting 1/3 of our waste stream to transfer stations located in environmental justice communities, where toxic exhaust from heavy truck traffic endangers the health of residents, it can be processed locally, providing good, skilled green jobs for young people in underserved communities. So I urge the mayor, with the support of the city council, to restore funding to the city's composting programs and to deliver on his campaign promise of making composting mandatory citywide. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now call on Debbie Lee Cohen, followed by Joyce Bialik, followed by Anna Sachs. Debbie Lee Cohen, you may begin when the sergeant calls time.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Nurse and council members on the Committee of Sanitation, Department of Sanitation. It's great to see so many of our new council members at this hearing today. I'm Debbie Lee Cohen. I'm the Executive Director and founder of Cafeteria Culture. I'm testifying on behalf of Cafeteria Culture. I'm co-director, producer of the movie Microplastic Madness. I'm a parent and educator, and I'm a stage 4 cancer patient. So I'm personally very concerned about both the environmental and the health impacts of the waste management policy decisions, especially as they affect our city's Black, brown, and immigrant children. Cafeteria Culture was founded as Styrofoam Out of Schools. We work with youth to creatively achieve zero waste, climate-smart school communities with youth-led solutions, citizen science, civic action, media, and the arts. We've partnered for many years with DOE school food directors and students. We catalyzed the elimination of all the styrofoam trays from New York City schools, which resulted in elimination in 15 cities across the city. That's 500 million styrofoam trays diverted from landfills, incinerators, and student meals across the country per year. So we've witnessed what a domino effect could be when New York City takes the lead. So now Cafeteria Culture is focused on eliminating the remaining single-use plastics from New York schools' cafeterias, reviving refill and reuse models, piloting new methods for dramatically reducing wasted food, so that food scraps can be managed locally, and also to innovate climate education. And we thank the council for past support for supporting our pilots. Cafeteria Culture is a member of Save Our Compost Coalition and a core member of the Break Free from Plastic Pollution movement. I'm testifying to urge the council to implement a universal curbside organics collection program for all residents and all schools, all of our schools, not half of our schools, all of our schools. We need an improved organics collection plan with a timeline that includes dramatically increased funding for pre-K through 12 zero waste climate education, prioritizing NYCC and environmental justice communities. Our city has been justly underfunding zero waste climate education and services for our 1.1 million public school students for far too long, and especially in schools located in communities of color. NYCC communities. I want to echo what Kate from Grow NYC said about eco-anxiety. It is real. Our students are suffering from increasing amounts of eco-anxiety. It's recognized by health professionals, and our children need to witness that adult decision makers are doing everything possible to reduce climate warming, life-threatening greenhouse gas emissions. They deserve the opportunities during every school day to take climate action. Composting, reducing plastic waste in their school lunch plays a major role in that. Reducing climate warming emissions, specifically methane, through the composting of our tons of organics will actually require. I urge you to do absolutely everything you possibly can to reduce our city's contribution to greenhouse gas emissions, deliver timely programs for the healthiest and safest future possible for all of our children who are burdened with living the entirety of their lives through a climate of emergency. We can all do better. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now call on Joyce Bialik, followed by Anna Sachs, followed by Anita Chan. Joyce Bialik, you may begin when the sergeant calls time.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, Chair Nurse and the committee. I am Joyce Bialik, and I am testifying today about one form of toxic litter in our environment. They are a health and environmental hazard for everyone, and especially for smokers. They may be hard to see, but they are the second largest category of litter and number 4.5 trillion worldwide annually. I'm talking about cigarette filters or butts. State Senator Liz Krueger has introduced a bill to ban the sale of single-use filter cigarettes and e-cigarettes. It's S1278. I repeat, S1278. As cigarette butts are dropped on our streets, they go down our drains into local waters. They leach our soil. They endanger fish, birds, plants, and ultimately us. Filters are not biodegradable. They're made of cellulose acetate, plastic that breaks down into microplastics. And the filters contain lead, cadmium, and arsenic, which kill fish and other wildlife. And for humans, such toxins have been found to damage young brains and cause cancer, skin lesions, and cardiovascular disease. And what's more, the filters do not protect the health of smokers. They are just a marketing device. In fact, filters make smoking more dangerous because as filters make smoking feel less harsh, they are inhaled more deeply, which draws carcinogens in the smoke further into the smoker's lungs. So because of the environmental and health hazards of cigarette filters, I strongly support Senator Krueger's bill to ban the sale of single-use filter cigarettes and e-cigarettes. Again, that's S1278. And I ask that the City Council pass a resolution in support of this bill. And I also encourage each council member to include an article in their newsletter alerting all residents, especially smokers, about the issues. Smokers should be told to hold their butts for a trash can or a receptacle for butts rather than drop them on the ground. And in the Manhattan Swab, we've distributed free pocket ashtrays for this purpose. And if you go to manhattanswab.org, you'll get more details about the issue. On another state issue, I want to say that I join all 4 New York City solid waste advisory boards in urging the New York City Council not to support the resolution in favor of the EPR bill that's in the governor's budget. So the good of the bill, of course, is to add to eventually to be able to add to sanitation's budget. We like that, but the bill does not include targets to reduce waste, particularly plastic waste and toxic waste. It will not help us get towards our zero waste goals. We need a bill that does both goods. So we either need to fix the governor's bill or wait for a better bill, which will come. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now call on Anna Sachs, followed by Anita Chan, followed by Max Drury. Anna Sachs, you may begin when the sergeant calls time.
Time starts now.
Hi, thanks for having me. I'm testifying today about community composting and composting in general. We need a baseline community composting. It shouldn't be viewed as a discretionary program that can be cut year after year. It's not fair to all of us here who have other issues that we'd like to deal with that are more, I guess, thorny topics. This should be a non-controversial budget inclusion. And it's not fair, especially to the community composters who have job uncertainty every year. And it's not fair to all the people who created these programs and run the programs to have to fire people, lay off people, and then rehire them. And the starting and stopping, as people have said, is really costing us. So right now, the mayor has proposed cutting funding from 7 million to 3.5 million. That will result in fewer green jobs. It will result in fewer food scrap drop-off sites. It will be less composting overall. So at a minimum, we need to keep the 7 million. We can't keep starting and stopping, and it's really unfair to the people who are doing the work. We need funding for composting outside of the compost project and Grow NYC. It can be in different forms. I'm part of Manhattan Solid Waste Advisory Board as legislative chair and the Save Our Compost Coalition. I'm testifying as myself, but we need the funding. It doesn't necessarily have to be the brown bin program, but we need to invest in different forms, and that could look different in different communities based off of their infrastructure and building types. So the funding itself that the mayor has proposed to cut for curbside composting, I'm asking that it be restored, not necessarily to the curbside composting program, which I recognize is inefficient because it's not mandatory. But instead, we should still have the funding, and that could be used to fund different types of solutions and pilots. Third is that we need to a third trash, and that trash in and of itself is not actually trash. So we should be doing 1 day of trash, 1 day of recycling, and 1 day of organics. Right now, most communities in New York City have 3 days of trash, 1 day of recycling, and 0 days of organics. And so if we were to swap one of those trash days with one of the organics days, we would actually save money as a city, because the labor, which is the most expensive component, would remain the same, but the tipping fees would change. And the tipping fees for organics is cheaper than the tipping fee for landfill or incinerator. So I ask that the council considers switching some of those days from trash to organics. And once we do that, I think that more citizens would, as a result of lack of trash pickup, would be forced to shift to composting. Also, we need the parks to compost. Right now for corporations, 10%, I'll just finish the sentence, 10% or more of their waste consists of organic matter, they must compost. And yet the Parks Department does not compost, and the majority of their waste generated at the park level is compostable. So we need the parks themselves to be composted.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now call on Anita Chan, followed by Max Drury, followed by Karina Hernandez. Anita Chan, you may begin when the sergeant calls time.
Time starts now.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. I am advocating against halting the planned expansion of the curbside composting program and cutting the budget for the community composting programs. In order to achieve better living conditions for everyone and cleaner streets, we need to do better with waste management. About a week ago, a friend and I were standing on the sidewalk and we witnessed trash being picked up. And we spoke about how crazy it is that there's always piles of bags of trash on the street. And he pointed out that the grounds are always stained from the bags. That is most likely due to the liquid coming from the bag containing organic waste, and it has a hole in it because a rat went in. This is why we need to separate the food scraps from trash and keep them in a secure curbside receptacle and not black plastic bags. Compostable materials make up a third of the trash that New Yorkers generate. Composting is absolutely necessary in reducing greenhouse gases and combating climate change. It should be mandatory and accessible for all. It's been repeated over and over again that when it goes to landfill, it creates methane, which is more potent than carbon dioxide. And then on top of that, carbon dioxide is produced when it's transported all the way to our faraway landfills. Composting and using compost locally makes New York City landscapes healthier, grows food, and sequesters carbon right where people live, work, and play. Mayor Adams' criticism of the current organics curbside program isn't completely wrong, but that doesn't mean that the budget should be cut. It means that we need to ramp up education and make it mandatory, not voluntary. Right now, it is just too easy for someone to just put all their organic waste and recycling into a black plastic bag and it gets picked up, instead of having 2 trash days, dedicate one to organics. We need to immediately work towards, number 1, mandatory curbside composting for all of New York City. 2, restore funding for the planned expansion of the curbside composting program to additional community districts. And 3, continue to fund community composting and Department of Sanitation zero waste partner programs at the current level of $7 million. There are also so many other communities all across the world that are already successfully composting much of their organic waste. New York City must not take 2 steps in the wrong direction and continue dragging behind. This is a grand opportunity to prioritize a just transition, creating green jobs, engaging community, and demonstrating New York City as a climate leader. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now call on Max Drury, followed by Karina Hernandez. followed by Jonas Schaller. Max Drury, you may begin when the sergeant calls time.
Time starts now.
Hello, my name is Max Drury. I work with BK Rott as well as being a student at Brooklyn College where I'm studying urban sustainability and environmental science. And I want to talk about the real important vitality of compost as a tool in combating climate change. One of the largest environmental problems facing our city and the surrounding area is that of eutrophication, which is the process in which nitrogen and phosphorus and fertilizers leach into our waterways and cause toxic algal blooms and deoxidification, destroying our marine ecosystems, which leads to the destruction of all ecosystems like moving into the land. And this is a really big part of why flooding has been so bad in the last decade. And a giant solution to this, because this is an agricultural problem of having to use these fertilizers, is that of compost, which contains many of the same nutrients as these artificial fertilizers. And so implementing large-scale citywide composting would provide local organic farms in the New York City area with much needed fertilizer, especially as we enter into worsening food security as detailed by the new IPCC report. I also want to talk about echoing what many other people have said about how when food scraps are put into landfills, they release unneeded methane gases versus when they're just composted, they actually continue to sequester carbon. There's also really, really amazing like cultures of mycelium and fungi and insects which grow inside of composting organic matter, which supports creations of new ecosystems. And similar to eutrophication, another one of the large scale environmental destructions of the last 100-200 years has been that of the destruction of topsoil, especially around here where colonial farm practices have been happening since the 1600s. And the topsoil is really at the center of how the earth systems are able to continue existing. And composting is one of the few tools that we really have at our hands to rebuild topsoil and rebuild native ecosystems, as well as figure out smart ways of creating food for our growing populations. Yeah, so I also want to echo just everything that people have said about the importance of having community-based composting, having composting happening in ways that reflect the makeup of New York City and the history of marginalization and racism in the Department of Sanitation, especially as we see in this specific funding cycle, every single department in the New York City government being defunded except for the police department, whose funding is being increased by hundreds of millions of dollars, which is just absurd and has nothing to do with the realities of the city that we're living in. As we're all aware, climate change is already an existential threat. In November, in Hurricane Ida, 13 New Yorkers died because of floods. We don't have numbers on how many New Yorkers every year suffer from climate-related health problems, and it's only going to get worse, and we need to act now.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now call on Karina Hernandez, followed by Jonas Schaller, followed by Elizabeth Aceituno. Karina Hernandez, you may begin when the sergeant calls time.
Time starts now.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you to the chair and to council members, to members of the committee, but also to my favorite department within the city of New York, which is the Department of Sanitation. I truly value all the work that you do as frontline workers. Thank you for everybody who stayed on the call. I know it's 2 p.m. I've been kind of listening in while I'm at work, which is why I'm glad I only have 3 minutes, because I will have to hop off quickly after this. I am giving my testimony as a resident. I've been a resident of New York for 8 years, and I believe truly in the impact that the composting system that we've created in New York City, private, public, and with the city, I believe in it. I believe that it makes an impact. I believe that it's necessary. I believe that it should be funded at the very minimum, the current $7 million that it has. I believe in the impact that it has to create an equitable city, for all our citizens. And, the other people who have given testimony here today have talked about the environmental. Max just went into the science of it, which was very, very cool. The economic, the social. I just really want to talk about the international scope that this could have for New York. We care about our citizens and we want to take care of our citizens, but internationally, work within the UN system. And I know that we want to abide by that. You know, in 2018, when the city of New York was the first one to produce a voluntary local review where we showcased how we were meeting the Sustainable Development Goals, including the SDG 13 for climate action, I think it was imperative to focus on the programs that we offered our citizens around environmental action, climate mitigation, and that includes composting. I made a couple of notes. This is my first time testifying at a hearing. The report that just came out by the IPCC earlier this week, the landmark resolution that was just agreed by members of the UN Environmental Assembly in Nairobi against plastic pollution, all these things, the world is moving in the right direction. And I really just don't want New York to be moving in the wrong direction, taking a couple of steps back, because we've been doing a really amazing job at focusing on these programs and funding these programs that can really make a difference. I think I'll end it there, short and sweet, but really thank you so much. And I hope that moving forward, it's mandatory and it's protected. It's something that we no longer have to fight about, but just, meet and engage around how to make it fun or even more accessible or even a bigger thing for New York. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now call on Jonas Schaller, followed by Elizabeth Acetuno, followed by Jillian Langdon. Jonas Schaller, you may begin when the sergeant calls time.
Time starts now. Hello, everybody. My name is Jonas Schaller, and I am the Director of Microhauling of Common Ground Compost LLC. Our bike-powered microhauling division is called Reclaimed Organics, and we have been collecting and processing food scraps from residents and businesses in Manhattan since 2014. The demand for our collection services among residents increased sharply during the pandemic after the city government decided to cut the curbside compost program. We heard countless times how disappointed and upset our fellow New Yorkers were about losing access to composting, and we tried to fill the gap that the lack of city services left behind. Our organization also helped maintain a round-the-clock accessible brown bin compost drop-off at Eastside Outside Community Garden in the East Village, where we collected about 500 pounds of food scraps per week. It was a great success. The program was working. While I believe it was a mistake to halt the brown bin program in 2020, it would be an even bigger mistake not to double down now to fully fund and expand this vital program to all residents of New York City. Mr. Mayor, I urge you to grasp the importance of this moment and the importance of this decision. Future generations will bear the consequences of your actions today and won't judge you kindly if you fail to take the necessary steps to establish climate change mitigation as a pillar of your administration. Composting is an achievable, straightforward step in this process, and New York needs more of it, not less. New Yorkers want to compost. It is up to you to give them the resources and support they need to participate in curbside composting. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now call on Elizabeth Acetuno, followed by Jillian Langdon, followed by Joe Sarwar. Elizabeth Acetuno, you may begin when the sergeant calls time.
Time starts now.
Hello, and thank you very much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Elizabeth Aceituno, and I'm here on my behalf, but I'm also a board member of two community organizations, Smiling Hawkshead Branch and Big Reuse, that stepped up to the plate to manage collection and composting of solid food waste during the pandemic and continue to do so. As a New Yorker, and in fact, as a human being, I'm acutely aware of the climate crisis we are facing. And I'm also aware that there's very little individuals like me can do without a systemic change. However, composting organic waste is one of those few things that we can all do and actually help reduce greenhouse gas emissions. With good infrastructure, composting in New York can be scaled and we can all have a bigger impact. Through the pandemic, when these services were first cut due to emergency budgetary constraints, many New Yorkers refused to stop composting and have relied on nonprofits like the ones I mentioned, and a number of smaller neighborhood community gardens It is incredible and demoralizing that the budget costs also contemplate decreasing support for these programs. The ridiculous budget savings that will be derived from just maintaining this program at the minimal level, as suggested by the proposed budget, will have negative impacts on Mayor Adams' stated, but clearly symbolic, commitment to address climate change. All the work that has been done in educating and convincing New Yorkers that their individual actions could count will be undone as people go back to old convenient habits. It is 2022 and we face a climate emergency. New York should be increasing the budget for these programs and mandating composting throughout the city. That would demonstrate that a well-run funded program that empowers individual participation, far from being symbolic, can have real impact. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now call on Jillian Langdon, followed by Joe Sawar, followed by Molly Culver. Jillian Langdon, you may begin when the sergeant calls time.
Time starts now.
Hello. I guess you can hear me. Let me put my video on.
We can hear you, yes.
Okay, sorry, I went outside because it was so long. My name is Jillian Stevens Langdon. I'm just a resident in the Bronx. And I've been waiting for the composting to come back after we had the opportunity before the pandemic. And I've gone around to my neighbors, getting them excited about doing it, figuring out how we can have it happen. And this idea that it's going to be cut is just unacceptable. It's, I mean, we're hearing in all the testimonies, it's such a short-term solution just to, you know, to save money. I mean, the two most important things, of course, I mean, the most important thing is the climate. And we heard all the, you know, all the testimony and the, you know, the numbers about it. And if we don't go ahead with composting, then we just create these bigger needs for carting away refuse. I know in my own situation, my garbage sort of doubled when I couldn't put my kitchen wastes in. And then I see people with pruning things and branches and all of this going into the trash. It's really a terrible thing. And it isn't just a question of funding at the level it is now. It has to be expanded. So far, my community hasn't been able to get the trucks to come here, even though I had 100 people who were interested in my neighborhood. I went door to door asking them and getting them to sign a petition. I have to say that the sign up online is really complicated. It's 3 pages. You know, if you wanted people to sign up, you should have said, do you want to compost? Yes or no. Do you have a brown bin? Yes or no. Otherwise, it becomes something that's very difficult for people. And it may be hard for people who aren't familiar with using the computer very much to be able to sign up. So that's basically, I guess, what I want to say. It's just so urgent. It breaks my heart that, you know, we have a new governor, a new mayor, and then all of a sudden, such a basic, important thing for the environment is going to be cut. It just can't be that way. We have to do better. We also have a community garden here. We use the compost and all the aspects of creating a circular thing where I'm having my food and I'm saving the, you know, it's very neat as well. I mean, people put out their garbage and the skunks and the rats open it up. The brown bin, nobody attacks that. It's much cleaner. So if we want to make it clean, we should be using those brown bins. So that's basically what I want to say. I hope we can win this with a proposal. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak. I'm from the Bronx, by the way. I don't know if I mentioned that.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now call on Joe Sarwar, followed by Molly Culver, followed by Avromi Siegel. Joe Sarwar, You may begin when the sergeant calls time.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon to all. I want to thank Mr. Lawrence from the staff of Councilwoman Ms. Powers. I'm a resident of Far Rockaway, been here about 40 plus years. The last 4 years to 3.5 to 4 years is where I've seen the complete change of Rockaway or deterioration of Far Rockaway, specifically the communities of Far Rockaway, Edgemere, and Arverne. The illegal dumping that's been going on by commercial companies, commercial construction companies, DOT subcontractors, your local sanitation pickup guys who do the commercial pickups for the stores and restaurants in and out of Rockaway. They come out to one specific area in Far Rockaway. It's along the beach side from Beach 9th Street to Beach 36th Street. These are streets that lead to the boardwalk. It's like it's full of trees and shrubs and plants. You have an assortment of wild birds. It's a sanctuary for wild animals, but it's also been a sanctuary for illegal dumping, where you have 20 yards, 30 yards of trash, which is, I don't know if anyone would understand what yards is, but it's a lot of trash. And it's a big problem. And I've brought it to the attention of the councilman. I've probably taken about 160 to 170 pictures over the course of the last 14 months since Ms. Powers has been in office. I've actually sent pictures over to the Assemblywoman's office, Ms. Amato, the Assemblymen, Mr. Anderson, Khalil Anderson, even Community Board 14, with pictures of the illegal dumping that's going on indiscriminately. And it's not the community, because the type of stuff that's being dumped is truckloads of stuff. This is where trucks back up into these empty lots, just open up, dump, and then take off. Most of it's done during the night. It's a bulk of it is construction debris, sheetrock, paint, wood, stones, tons of concrete, gravel, furniture. When they I guess factories that have extra pieces of wood and leather and so forth, that's dumped there. I have brought this to the attention of sanitation at Queens 14 garage, which is located on Beach 51st Street now.
You can finish your sentence if you would like.
I brought it to the attention. I'm hoping that maybe we could get something completely done, permanent changes done, please.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now call on Molly Culver, followed by Avromi Siegel, followed by Rahana Shah. Molly Culver, you may begin when the sergeant calls time.
Time starts now.
Greetings all, my name is Molly. I'm a Brooklyn resident, a small business owner, and a former community organizer and urban farmer. I continue to teach soil science and composting for Master Gardener Certificate programs at Brooklyn Botanic Garden and the New York Botanical Garden. And I've taught hundreds of New Yorkers the hows and the whys and concrete skills for how to make compost since 2012. Like many composting advocates here and in New York City, I've led personal volunteer efforts on my home block, local community garden, and in local schools to build knowledge and hands-on skills in composting. But I didn't come by this knowledge because it was taught in school. I didn't major in any science-related field in college. It was here in New York City, thanks to the sweat equity of community gardeners and the leadership of local residents and CBOs advocating for composting and farmers market drop-offs, that created the possibility for me to learn and make a behavior change. I actually had a place to bring my compost once I developed very real eco-anxiety as a young person and learned how vital it was for limiting climate change back in 2004 in my early 20s. One of the greatest aha moments for me personally as a young adult and as a consumer and a city dweller was learning how much less the trash under my sink smelled once I started separating my food waste. That alone might have swayed me, but it was also learning about how it works that inspired me and made me feel more connected to the natural world and less helpless in the face of climate disaster. It was due to DSNY's funding of community composting initiatives that I was able to become a knowledgeable composter myself and eventually be hired by Earth Matter New York in 2011, and then advocate and organize around this very essential human responsibility later in my professional career. So as someone who's come to learn about composting later in life and who's had the experience of meeting hundreds of New Yorkers that are so hungry to understand soil and compost and the how and the why of how to use their brown bins, I believe that success will require investment in community education on a very local block by block level. When New Yorkers don't have composting education or access to composting drop-off sites or bins, their brown bins go unused and their food ends up in trash bags, which does attract rodents and create smells and eventually exacerbates disinformation about composting. So my suggestions today / demands as a human, a New Yorker, and a small business owner. I run a sustainable floral design company, and I know I speak for many florists who desperately seek a way to compost our weekly waste. I would say, please don't delay funding community composting and zero waste initiatives at the current level of 7 million at a minimum. Reinstate the planned and promised expansion of curbside composting, make it mandatory as it's essential for our city and our country to achieve its zero waste goals. And then in addition to restoring, expanding, and mandating curbside composting, please provide funding for block associations or community-based organizations to hire master composters trained at BBG, NYBG, or elsewhere to teach their neighbors the basic hows and whys of composting and how to use their brown bins. That way we can inspire more behavior change and increase success and the use of the brown bins across the city, and make composting education a mandatory part of public school science curriculum. I'll leave the rest in my testimony, but thank you all so much.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now call on Avromi Siegel, followed by Rahana Shah, followed by Sandy Renz. Avromi Siegel, you may begin when the sergeant calls time.
Time starts now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, I live in Far Rockaway on Beach 16th Street, and unfortunately, I moved into this complex about a year ago, and the garbage pickup situation is unacceptable. On a weekly basis, they are not showing up, whether it's the Monday pickup or the Thursday pickup or the Thursday garbage pickup or the Thursday recycling pickup. And while there is a parking issue, where in the entrance to the complex, sometimes there are cars parked there. So I'm acknowledging that there is an issue, but there are many times where we see the garbage drive by, not going through. There's absolutely no accountability for them coming in and picking up our garbage. Now, I will say that when we call in, helpful, and eventually they come, but we have in the summer a family of 5 raccoons who come through the complex, through the block, and eat up the garbage. And we pay taxes and we have a right to have our garbage picked up. We're sitting here talking about compost, and it's an important issue. But I'm here to talk about and it's not just me, and we have about 30 people in our complex, and I couldn't even get any of them to come out here because they're so fed up with the system and don't think that anything's going to change or anybody's going to change. So I have a very simple question. How can we solve this problem? If there's an issue with the parking, how can we get a no parking sign at the tip of that driveway? And I have to leave, so I don't know who I'm speaking with because I'm on my phone, but if there's somebody that can maybe help figure out a way for this to not be an issue, I would really appreciate it. And that's a question. I'm hoping somebody can respond to that, not just end my testimony.
Chair, did you want to respond?
I'm sorry, but what I can do is we can take down your information and we can respond to you directly.
Okay.
And thank you for your testimony.
Sorry, I didn't catch the last 2 seconds of it. That's why I would rather just do directly. Thank you.
We will get the information and make sure that there is follow-up. Thank you, Chair. We will now hear from Rahana Shah, followed by Sandy Renz, followed by Brandon Zwagerman. Rahana Shah, you may begin when the sergeant calls time.
The time starts now.
Hi, I'm grateful to those that organized this meeting and for this chance to speak out against cutting funding for citywide organics collection for composting. I'm Rachna Shah and I live in Queens, and I'm a lifelong lover of this beautifully diverse and progressive city. I work as a zero waste consultant at Common Ground Compost LLC, and I'm a mom of 2 beautiful kids in the New York City public schools in elementary school. Prior to the pandemic, I was working with multiple public schools to begin planning of organics collection when the pandemic hit and organics collection was suspended and all plans to move forward were abandoned, and all that support that we worked so hard to garner was wasted. Then hearing in April of 2020 that organics collections would be suspended until June of 2021. So for more than a year, it was such a slap in the face for the people who had worked so hard to start or progress organics collections programs. But we still persevered. We found creative ways to divert what organic waste we could and continue planning future efforts. Then recently in October 2021, when the organics collections finally restarted at the city level in a limited fashion, so many had been turned away with the response that we are not currently expanding our routes right now. I'm talking individuals, I'm talking entire residential buildings, entire schools that I have heard from firsthand getting turned away in this manner. And now in March of 2022, to be told that funding for these efforts is being cut because of lack of interest is a slap on the face again. If the system is broken, instead of scrapping it, let's fix it. If only wealthy communities are participating, we need to expand outreach. If there's a problem with using diesel trucks to collect it, then like at my company, we can try to convert to an electric model. In my daily work, I help offices, food service providers, and residential buildings to start organics collection programs. And I see firsthand that as soon as organics collections programs are made available, then companies are eager to start. So the key here is availability. As they say, if you build it, they will come. Many of us have talked about the IPCC report that just came out that says any further delay in concerted global action will miss a brief and rapidly closing window to secure a livable future. So bringing it back to my kids and all the children, don't they deserve a livable future? The other question I'll pose is New York City a leader in these very important issues, or is it not? Organic waste in landfills is to blame for 15% of methane emissions in the United States. So it's important to start a cascading series of actions in the United States. And New York City can be one of the first and biggest dominoes to motivate other cities to act fast on this very low-hanging fruit. So let's fix the system together using the support and the expertise of many people that have spoken today. Rather than step backwards, let's boost our eco swag. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now call on Sandy Renz, followed by Brandon Zwagerman, followed by Greg Todd. Sandy Renz, you may begin when the sergeant calls time.
Time starts now.
Hi. Well, I am saddened that we are still negotiating about this crucial issue. I want to thank the Department of Sanitation and the committee for their work. I volunteer at the compost site that Big Reuse runs on the Salt Lot in Brooklyn. And I want to say that the enthusiasm by the community for composting is just wonderful and very positive and hopeful. So I want to completely endorse all of the articulate supporters of composting that spoke. On another crucial waste issue, the governor's current EPR bill proposal is worthless. It will set us back years and prevent the program we need to go forward. Please reject this proposal and work to make a true EPR resolution where the producers won't be in charge of regulating their horrifying ruination of the planet. Nothing is better than this current proposal. There is another proposal that Assemblyman Engelbreit has that is actually very good, and I would urge everyone to look at it and support it. Thank you so much, and please save our planet.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now call on Brandon Zwagerman, followed by Greg Todd. Brandon Zwagerman, you may begin when the sergeant calls time.
Time starts now.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Nurse and members of the committee. My name is Brandon Zwagerman. I am Director of Planning and Community Engagement at the Soho Broadway Initiative. I'm presenting testimony on behalf of our Executive Director, Mark Dykes. We're the not-for-profit organization that manages the neighborhood-focused business improvement district on Broadway from Houston Street to Canal Street in Manhattan. Thank you for holding this important hearing. Business improvement districts like ours provide important supplemental sanitation services in neighborhoods throughout the city, but the city should also provide important funding in other high traffic commercial mixed-use areas that need supplemental sanitation services that may be outside of or adjacent to business improvement districts. Also, each day our corners pile up with unsightly bags of litter basket waste waiting to be collected by DSNY. Additional litter basket service, which was reduced during the pandemic, must be restored or increased. Waste management reform and innovation is also an important part of keeping our neighborhoods clean. We are eagerly awaiting the planning for and launch of the commercial waste zones program. In addition, more support is needed for the Clean Curbs pilot program, which is a containerized waste program that uses a container placed in the curb lane to hold waste while it's awaiting collection. This program will give waste producers flexibility to set waste out when convenient and keeps the waste out of sight and off the sidewalk. Our organization is ready to maintain a Clean Curbs pilot, but needs support in the design and fabrication of containers in our district. Thank you all for your time. The Soho Broadway Initiative is very eager to work with the committee, our own council member, Chris Marte, Borough President Mark Levine, and Manhattan Community Board too, on keeping our neighborhoods clean. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now call on Greg Todd. Greg Todd, you may begin when the sergeant calls time.
Time starts now.
Yes, hello. My name is Greg Todd, and I'm the co-chair of the the Organics Industry Committee of the Brooklyn Swab, and also the owner of a bike carting business, but I'm speaking here as an individual. And I just certainly concur with the mayor in as much as I hate inefficiency. And I understand that having trucks drive by curbside pickups that are empty is not an efficient use of city resources. That being said, I think there are a lot of things that can be done to improve the efficiency of organics. And I think it's absolutely critical that we do increase the diversion of organics going forward. Specifically, large buildings, 50 units or more, can easily collect organics within the building, using a dewatering machine, using incinerators and other devices. These are very easily addressed buildings. Secondarily, I think we need to increase the awareness of composting. Simply having it when no one knows what it is, which is the case in many, many communities, is not helpful. I think the way to do that is to increase funding for drop-off sites. So we have staffed drop-off sites, maybe 10 or 15 in every community, so people can begin to understand why diversion is important. Finally, on the micro-hauling front, there are two things that can be done. One is have micro-haulers made available to people who are unable to have composting in their building because they're disabled. The city should allow funding for people to have pickup by micro-haulers. And finally, there are a number of micro-haulers in the city, but none of them have been licensed by BIC, the regulatory agency for micro-haulers, because of extremely high liability requirements, none of which these groups can afford the liability insurance. it needs to be lowered, it needs to be addressed so that we can actually have licensed micro haulers in the city. Obviously, micro haulers are much more efficient. They do not pollute, they do not congest traffic, and they're a much better solution for generators of small amounts of waste than large trucks. And thank you, Chair Nurse, for allowing me to testify. That ends my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. If we have inadvertently missed anyone that is registered to testify today and has yet to have been called, please use the Zoom raise hand function, and you will be called on in the order that your hand has been raised. Seeing none, I will now turn it over to Chair Nurse for her closing remarks. Chair Nurse.
Thank you, Jessica. I just want to thank every single one of you who have come today to testify, to lift up your concerns, and to really continue to push the momentum and advocate for our city to do the right thing and invest in environmental justice and invest in a zero waste future for New York City. I especially want to thank my council colleagues who joined us earlier in the call, the Department of Sanitation, Commissioner Grayson, as well as Anderson from the DSNY, and of course the many organizations and advocates that have shared their perspective and priorities on the sanitation crisis and the need to really advance equitable and sustainable waste management strategies in New York City. As I've said before, New York City has to lead on this. We have to be a model, an example for large cities that it can be done, that even though it is hard, it's worth doing, and it's worth coming back to the drawing board every time. If it doesn't work, let's come back and figure it out, but let's not give up. Let's not cut the resources, and let's not break people out of practices that they are in already. So, together, I think we need to fight to restore and expand DSNY's budget, and we need to work together to advance and implement key initiatives. And what I heard today was we've got to stay on track for commercial waste zones. People want universal curbside organics. We want community composting to expand and be invested in. We want our rat mitigation zones to be taken care of. We want containerized waste and clean curb pilots to be rolled out in different parts of New York City. Folks want street cleaning and basket service to be optimally done across the city at the same quality. And that we are interested in producers of trash and of products to take more responsibility for the things that they are producing and the end cycle, and along with many other programs. So yesterday we had a rally to get sanitation done at the steps of Brooklyn Borough Hall, and we were highlighting the commitment that New Yorkers have to ensure we have clean streets. We know sanitation affects public safety, public health, and environmental outcomes in every single neighborhood across the city. This is really just the beginning of our collective actions and our collective push as we move into the budget negotiation season. And I hope to see you all here later this month at the preliminary budget hearing on the 23rd, I believe. But we'll have hearings in April and all throughout till the end of June. We really need your voices. We really need your advocacy to make it clear to our speaker and our mayor and the overall administration that this is a huge priority, and really investing in our sanitation services is what's going to help us recover from the last 2 years. So really thank you all for being here on a Friday. And for those of you who held out for 3 hours, much appreciation. I hope you all are safe and enjoy your weekend. So thank you. And thank you, Jessica, for all your work moderating.